Good evening. I am Mayor Jen Wallison, and welcome to the Menlo Park City Council's December 5th regular City Council meeting. This is a hybrid meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating in City Council chambers. I would like to introduce City Council members and staff present. City Council Member Drew Combs is here, as well as Council Member Maria Dorr and Council Member Betsy Nash. Vice Mayor Cecilia Taylor is absent this evening.
She's just joining.
One moment, please.
Yes, thank you. Vice Mayor Taylor is going to be absent for this meeting. The opportunity to participate remotely, unfortunately, is unavailable.
Thank you, City Clerk Herron. Staff present this evening include City Manager Justin Murphy, Assistant City Manager Stephen Stolte, City Attorney Nira Doherty, and of course, our City Clerk Judy Herron is here. And City Clerk Herron, can you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how this meeting will proceed?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. And again, echoing a welcome to our December 5th City Council meeting. For members of the public who wish to provide comment on an item on tonight's agenda, if you are participating in person, we'll ask that you complete a speaker card at that back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. If you are participating virtually, after the mayor calls for public comment on the item you wish to speak, we'll ask that you engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you are calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you can press *9 at that time. That includes my instructions. Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Herron. We will now move on to C, Agenda Review. Agenda Review provides advance notice to members of the public and city staff of any modifications to the agenda order and any requests from City Council members under City Council member reports. Please note that staff will be providing updates to consent calendar items E1 and E7. Does the City Council wish to pull or modify any other agenda item to be heard after the last study session, H1? So repeating the consent calendar items that are being provided updates are E1 and E7. Seeing nothing up here, we will move on to D, public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the City Council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the City Council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. You are not required to provide your name or city of residence, but it is helpful. The City Council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the City Council cannot respond to non-agendized issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general information. This evening, I will call for public comment at the appropriate time for members of the public to address the City Council on any item under the following agenda sections: consent calendar, public hearing, regular business, study session, and informational items. At this time, City Clerk Herron, can you please call for general public comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment for an item not on tonight's agenda, now is the time to complete a speaker card at that back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. If you are participating virtually, now's the time to engage that hand feature, bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. And as a reminder, we are looking for all public speakers for items not on tonight's agenda. To engage that hand feature now, press *9 or complete a speaker card and return to me. Okay, this will be the final call for public comment for items not on tonight's agenda. And Mayor Willison, we have a total of 3 speakers.
Thank you, City Clerk Herron. We can go ahead with our 3 minutes.
Thank you. All right, and our first speaker will be Jenny Michelle, followed by Kenneth Harris.
Hello. Oh. Dear Dias and staff, I'm Jenny Michelle, District 3. Personal comments to be concluded on the suicide proclamation. Wasn't it Einstein who gave humanity the concept of time as the fourth dimension? Happy 20 million minute or 38-year anniversary of my molest commencement date. For me, time is not only a series of now moments like now, but right now time exists in time space forever, like rippling water that never ends. Ruh-roh. In other words, depending upon where you're at in the universe, any event, say for example, dinosaurs or the 1930s, or in 1991 when I came forward to the Palo Alto police about the chronic molest with hard physical evidence, they and the Santa Clara County District Attorney believed me, but decided not to press charges. That exists in time and space, still rippling out. Rod was never arraigned. He never even entered a plea. He taught me, I see. Fun fact, there's no statute of limitations for time and physical reality. When we wrong one another and ourselves, when we love, that also exists forever. There's no hiding. Still rippling at age 8, 2 years into the molesting, mom comes home with the fatal illness diagnosis, giving her 5 to 10 years to live. Boom. So while taking care of one of my violent abusers, my dying mom, in elementary school, like a lightning bolt to the dome, a classmate of mine cuts through the trauma by default by his own character. He embraced his raw humanity and of course, saved my life. Being human, embracing your own humanity, the ugly, the beautiful, the frustrating, the complicated mess of imperfect perfection is life-saving. For the record, MA high school students, Mr. Rosenberg is the classmate and the lifesaver. He has no clue, but now you do. And honestly, that's all that matters is you. Your key and your knowledgeability about the awesomeness of somebody just being themselves is a lifesaver. So let's heal the sick white guy Rod in us and be like Mr. Rosenberg, living with grit, owning ourselves, and telling one another, let's tell this seductive call of suicide, not today. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Kenneth Harris, followed by Rowan Hanley.
My name is Kenneth Harris. I'm the son of Onetta Harris. I'm here to speak for our group. We are Onetta Harris. We've been working on this Onetta Harris naming issue for 3 or 4 years now. And we're for the project itself. We didn't oppose the project. We were talking about the sustenance of a name, Onetta Harris, and all that she accomplished. We circulated petitions. We submitted to you. We got over 175 signatures inside of Belhaven, and we got over 275 signatures outside of Belhaven. We showed up at the meetings that the Recreation Board, Recreation and the Library Commission call. You guys asked for their alternatives. They voted 10-2 to recommend the 3 alternatives. On each alternative, Onetta Harris is on the top of the list. I know that it's the city council's right to choose the name. However, you know, the community center was very personal to us. It was a safe haven where we could go. We didn't have to worry about police hassling us. We didn't have to worry about anything. We could go there. It was a safe haven. That's been taken away now. Onetta has been relegated to a second-class position, a second class. And what was the problem with that? Why couldn't that name just be kept? We don't understand why Bellhaven, you know, if you Google the Earl of Bellhaven, you'll see what the history was behind Bellhaven. Out of Virginia, shipping magnate, his family was heavily involved in the slave trade in the Caribbean. And for Onetta to just be relegated to a second-class position, that's not right. And also, Councilman Combs, you said that you wanted to do what the people said. I thought we had a lot of petition, a lot of interest. The interest from the public was outstanding. Councilman Nash, I can't even walk down, if I walk down the street in your neighborhood, I'd probably be accosted or arrested or picked up or something. Whereas in Bellhaven, I could always walk the streets. Yeah, it goes pretty deep. It goes deep. Mayor, I appreciate your courage. I know you try. Councilman Dorr, we're indebted to you. We appreciate all that you've done. All we ask is that you keep the name Onetta Harris and not relegated to a second-class position. I appreciate your time.
And our final speaker will be Rowan Hanley.
Hi, my name is Rowan Hanley. I am a junior at Menlo Atherton High School and a member of the Youth Advisory Committee here in Menlo Park. Here to kind of report what we've been working on as well as listen into this meeting. Currently, we are working on advertising for our flea market event that will likely be held in early February at Fremont Park. And yeah, setting up all the logistics and getting it out to more people. Thank you. That's all. I yield my time.
And that concludes the hands and cards received for item D.
Thank you to our speakers for sharing your thoughts with us this evening. And I believe there's a comment.
Actually, a question which I feel I should know the answer to, but does the Youth Advisory Committee have a council liaison? And hopefully I'm not it if it does, but I would suggest we get all of the commissions have a council liaison, and if not, that we look to, even if it's informally, having a council liaison to the Youth Advisory Committee. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, we are now moving on to our consent calendar. Under the consent calendar, the city council may take action to approve routine business items in one motion unless a city council member, city staff member, or a member of the public requests that an item be discussed or continued to a later date. City Clerk Karen, can you please call for public comment on the consent calendar?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our consent calendar items, E1, the second reading and adoption of ordinances related to zoning. E2, a resolution for a grant of utility easement. E3, a resolution to submit applications for Count Recycle grant and payment programs. E4, a 3-year master agreement for on-call transportation services. E5, an agreement for Bedwell Bayfront Park landfill. E6, an agreement for security camera system. E7, an agreement for water utility billing services. And E8, a resolution approving BMR housing program guidelines. Please engage that hand feature bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. If participating in person, please complete a speaker card at the back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. I am seeing one speaker, so this will be the final call for public comment on our consent calendar items E1 through E8. Okay, so for the consent calendar, we have one speaker. Our speaker will be Catherine Dumont. And Catherine, if you could let us know which item you are speaking on.
That would be E1
Okay,
and maybe briefly E7. So for the, this is Catherine Dumont. I am a D3 resident, and I wanted to thank City Council and staff and everyone involved in the long process for completing the housing element, particularly for increasing density near downtown, and also for committing to revisit the below market rate policy in less than 2 years. We would love to see the to ensure that inclusionary housing that gets built as a result of the housing element is actually conclusive, so that there'd be a more revisit. And so I had so many great interactions talking to people, and we got the out in D4 about upzoning downtown, and so I know that there's a lot of people who are concerned about the high costs of housing, and from the young man that I talked to whose friends had moved out of the area, to the older gentleman who didn't know what he was going to do in retirement and was living in substandard housing already, to the young professional who absolutely adores Menlo Park as a base for her job and commutes to San Jose, but is concerned about the vitality of the downtown. So again, mostly just to thank you for completing the housing element. Thank you.
all right, having no further hands or cards. Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. So as I mentioned, our staff would like to give us 2 updates to the consent calendar. So the first one is related to E7, and I would like to introduce our Public Works Director, Azalea Mitch, to give us that update. Ms. Mitch, nice to see you.
Good evening, council members. Azalea Mitch, Public Works Director. On this item, we are requesting that attachment B be replaced and revised to facilitate for 2 updates. Unfortunately, we received the incorrect Exhibit A, which includes the scope of services with the current water billing vendor. For the transition to the new vendor, we are requesting to transition to. A corrected version has now been provided to you, and it's also in the back of the council chambers. We are also requesting to amend the agreement for a 6-month term. This would facilitate us to work with our customers and ensure that we have enough time to work with the COVID relief grant requirements to meet the requirements, and for more extended outreach. The changes do not change the estimated costs that we included in the staff report, so that remains the same. And with that, would welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Mitch. Does council have any questions about those updates provided? Okay, thank you, Ms. Mitch.
Thank you.
And also we have an update to E1, and for that we'll bring forward our principal planner, Mr. Tom Smith, to provide that update. It looks like also we're being joined by our community development director, Deanna Chow. Good evening to both of you.
Good evening, Mayor Willison and City Council members. We do have just a couple of slides I'd like to show you, a correction to what was discussed at the November 28th City Council meeting on the zoning changes. So you should be able to see here a map. And as part of the CMU neighborhood mixed use zoning district, there's a map included in the November 28th agenda packet, and it shows a parcel at 687 Bay Road being rezoned to CMU. So that's in the upper right quadrant of this map here, and there's a call out added to emphasize that. Staff included the parcel because it had C2A zoning, which is one of the districts that is being rezoned to the new CMU district. However, following the November 28th council meeting, staff identified that the parcel actually has split zoning, with one portion being C2A and another portion being R1U. Because no parcels in the R1U zoning district were identified in the project notices for rezoning to CMU, the C2A portion of the site would be rezoned CMU, and then the R1U portion of the site would remain R1U for the time being. Staff has prepared the corrected map, which is included in this slide, and it shows the proposed extent of the CMU zoning at this time, which would be included in the final ordinance exhibits. Again, the call out is added here for emphasis, would not be included in the ordinance map. At a future meeting, staff proposes to return to the city council to zone the R1U portion of the site to CMU, and that would provide it the same development regulations and potential across the entire site. Then I would simply end on this slide, which shows the 7 remaining ordinances to be adopted this evening and their attachment numbers, and noting that resolutions amending the general plan and the specific plan were adopted at the November 28th meeting. And with that, I will return it to you, Mayor Willison.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Does anyone on council have questions related to the update that Mr. Smith provided? Okay, so I know that there might be a desire on E1 to split the voting on these ordinances. So I don't know if we're quite there yet. See if there's any comment or questions related to these items, but just to give everyone a heads up that I believe once we go to, are we doing E1 as, can you please, City Clerk Karen, describe how we will vote on E1?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So E1 will be actually a total of seven separate votes for each ordinance. That gives the council the opportunity to vote however they want to vote per ordinance, opposed to one full item. And then the recommendation would be to handle consent items E2 through E8 as the typical consent calendar with one vote.
Thank you for that clarification.
Of course.
So are there any comments or questions on the consent calendar? Or yes, Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, I only, if part of the issue in separating out E1 is to provide me the ability to recuse, that's not, I'm the city attorney.
It's to also give council members the opportunity to vote on each one individually in the event
The
council members wanted their votes to reflect their votes on the first reading.
Okay, totally. Then that's fine. Like if there was a desire to do it all as one, I would be fine, because I know it's just the second reading. But if there is separate from that recusal, the desire for each council member to vote, then I'm totally supportive with proceeding as was outlined by the city clerk.
Okay, so I'm hearing from Councilmember Nash that she'd prefer to vote as one. Oh, that she's open to voting. So Councilmember Combs, if you are comfortable voting in one motion, if everyone on the dais is comfortable with bundling all of E1 together, as long as that passes the city attorney's.
And I would just recuse myself from it entirely, but it is a second reading, and so I'm comfortable with that.
Okay, so are there any comments or questions related to the consent calendar, or I'm happy to entertain motions at this point.
I would motion to accept and approve the consent calendar.
So just going back to E1 then, were you wanting to recuse from all of E1?
I would be comfortable with that. I don't know if the city manager and the city attorney, I was doing something for efficiency. If this seems like this is a break from how you planned this going, and there could be some unforeseen circumstances, then I apologize, and we can just approach it initially, how it was initially planned.
Yes, Mayor, potentially if there's a motion second for E1 and then motion second for E2 through E8, that might be the best way of compromising between those two options.
Okay, so I see Councilmember Dorr
I would
has,
motion for E1.
has motioned for E1. I have seconded for E1. And so we can vote by electronically. Is that correct? City Clerk Karen?
Yes, give me
Okay,
just
thank you.
one moment to incorporate that. This is just for E1. So I have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Doer and a second by Mayor Willison to waive the second reading and adopt ordinances to amend chapter 16.02, 16.04, 16.08, 16.20, 16.22, 16.23, 16.24, 16.26, 16.30, 16.36, 16.38, 16.40, 16.43, 16.72, 16.80 and 16.98, repeal chapters 16.32, 16.39, and 16.42, and create chapters 16.95 of the zoning ordinance, title 16 of the municipal code, and amend the zoning map to implement zoning related programs in the adopted 2023-2031 housing element to modify the affordable housing overlay to allow residential densities up to 150 dwelling units per acre in combination with the state density bonus law, creating new opportunities for residential and mixed-use development by modifying certain existing non-residential zoning districts and combining certain non-residential and mixed-use zoning districts to create a new CMU zoning district, increase densities in the R3 zoning district around downtown and sites for over 100,000 square feet in size, and increase lot coverage in the R-3 and R-4 zoning districts, allow for ministerial review of reuse sites, create a new residential overlay to allow additional residential development potential for certain parcels, allow family daycare homes by right in residential districts, and rezone certain properties associated with the changes as applicable. Any further city council
Can
question
you
or
repeat that?
discussion?
Just kidding.
Seeing no questions or comments, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes with Vice Mayor Taylor absent and City Council Member Combs recused.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. So would anyone like to motion or move E2 through E8?
I'll move.
I'll second.
Give me just one moment to pull that motion up. All right, so I have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Combs and a second by City Council Member Nash to approve the consent calendar with the exception of item E1. Any further city council question or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes with Vice Mayor Taylor absent. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. All right, we are now, actually, City Clerk Karen, do we have, before we go into our public hearing, is there
Yeah.
any, yeah, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. I did want to note that we had an additional speaker card for general public comment, which is item D. So I wanted to give an opportunity for that speaker to have a chance to speak. I would also like to invite anyone who wanted to speak on item G1. The item tonight for G1 is related to Bellhaven Community Campus budget allocation and expenditures revenues. If that's the item you wish to speak on, that is fine. However, if you wanted to use this opportunity for general public comment, you could. So again, anyone who perhaps signed up for item G1 but may not have a related comment and wants to use this opportunity to use general public comment, now would be that time.
Thank you. And just chiming in here, we are reopening public comment for any member of the public. This will be the only additional opportunity for public comment this evening.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. So
For
yes,
general public comment on items not on the agenda. Thank you.
correct. Yes, so for any member of the public who wishes to provide comment for an item that is not on tonight's agenda, now's that time to complete a speaker card at that back table, return to me at the clerk's desk. If you are participating virtually, you can engage that hand feature. Bottom of your screen, if you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. And this will be the final call for general public comment for items not on tonight's agenda. Okay, so I am going to go through my speaker cards as received for general public comment, and then I'll be offering anyone who spoke on G1, if they'd like to come up now, they can. So our first speaker will be Greg Goodwin.
Good evening, Council. To begin with, I'd like to thank Ms. Dorr, your courageous testimony to the beauty in all creation. And from there, I wanted to ask that we reopen the vote or re-vote for Netta Harris Community Center for the name. I don't really have enough time to express what I really want to say, but I did write letters, and everything I expressed in the letters, I stand firm on. And including, I really didn't like the dishonor that was given to the Belhaven Library and Recreation vote by council. And I think that we have enough quality representation here to reopen this thing and vote with some kind of integrity. It was a real bad ambush, to be perfectly honest, in the last meeting. And it was just, frankly, it was inappropriate. And I think that the voice of the people was thrown in the trash. Just as simple as that. It's not up to a single individual to undermine the whole process based on what desires they have or they try to achieve on the backs of voters and that kind of thing. It's unfortunate. The election is for a reason. People are voted in because citizens have confidence in them in ethics, using ethics and integrity in application of the process. To be perfectly honest, we faced some bureaucratic irrelevancies in an institutional process here that it's unconscionable, just to be honest. It is really unconscionable that we've spent all the time that we did, all the months coming back and forth for several years, only for the council to completely ignore everything the citizens had to say with respect to keeping the name as it was. And I'm not here, like I said, to dishonor anybody, love everybody, but we just have to be right with what we do. You know, we have to do things right, and I'm not afraid to stand for what's right, and I'm not afraid to say what's right or call somebody on it when they're not right, so to speak. in my own mind, I've witnessed a lot of integrity here in this council, just from what I feel. And I think that if we work together, we can recall that vote and then execute a vote that represents what the citizens requested. I know I'm out of time. Thank you for listening.
Okay, so it's at this time, I'm going to be checking in with our speakers who had completed a card for item G1. If you would like to take the opportunity now, I will be calling those names and inviting you up. So the next speaker would be Chester, yes, followed by Victoria Fleming.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council, and wonderful administration you have tonight. I know, I'm a former elected official. I know exactly how hard these wonderful administrators work. So let me preface by saying Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and all the above, with the New Year's coming up in 2024. Madam Mayor, I am here, in regards to G1, which is the resolution. Let me preface by saying I do support, I work with the community members, families, and children at Belhaven. And I do ask the families about what's happening within their community, Belhaven. They said, yes, we need appropriated funds to help get things moving, to help our community, safety, health, as well as development needs that are happening within the Belhaven community. So the point I want to get to is that, like I said, I do support the adoption of the resolution as appropriately, on the agenda. But this is what we don't support. I don't support, and the group as well don't support, the Belhaven Community Campus name that you have on the resolution. Therefore, we are respectfully requesting your wonderful council members, elected official by the community across within the city of Menlo Park, wonderful city in the peninsula. We want you guys to reconsider renaming there and maintaining the name Onetta Harris Community Center as is, without any changes as necessary, because the diversified community, I work with the diversified families within the community from Eastern Menlo Park. Let me specify that. So therefore, you might want to reconsider to appropriately address the needs of the Belhaven community, because if you move forward with the name Belhaven Community Campus, that is unethical and without equity standards to appropriately address the needs of therein Belhaven community families and children, as well as not addressing the community needs across the board as a diversified community. We are highly requesting, respectfully, you wonderful mayor and council members need to reconsider your decision to maintain and keep Onetta Harris Community Center name on their facility in Eastern Menlo Park. Don't change it based on political movements as necessary. Keep it as is, because that's what the petition that's going out to many signatures on their petition, that's what the community wants, not any political movements. Thank you, Madam Mayor, wonderful council members, and the wonderful staff members. Thank you and have a great evening.
So also wanted to invite Victoria Fleming up, as well as CD Webster, if this is the item you'd wish to speak on. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, and how's everyone doing? Happy holidays to everyone. I'd like to address that we should have a recount due to the fact that I read the count myself on some areas, and it seems as though things weren't politically correct. Let's do a recount so we can have the community once again make their statement on how do they feel about Onetta Community Center, which is helping all the minorities and the poor. So with that being said, when I say the poor, keep in mind, there's every race that's poor. So when I say that, I'm speaking of Caucasians, browns, red, green, every color. We love everyone. So we have to, when we think of this community center, we have to think of the community center in a way of, what did Onetta do for the entire community? Where was her heart really at? And when we make our votes, we have to continuously remember, are we being fair? Are we being right towards the people? Not just what the Harrises feel. What does the public feel? We're not just speaking about how the Harrises feel, but the public is feeling way stronger than how the Harrises feel. So with that being said, I think you all should reconsider the votes. And please look in your heart extremely deeply, and let's be extremely fair on this vote. Because you have to keep in mind, we're talking about this little city here, but the whole world is watching us. How do we stand here in America? We keep embarrassing ourselves. Come on, come on. Let's be fair. Let's be right. You know, in the United States, we always say, trust in God and believe in you. I'm trying. I believe in God strongly. But my own American people are letting me down. How do you feel to look our people, all our people, red, brown, green, white, everyone who is suffering? Let's take care of the people. The people need you now. Let's not make this mistake again in history. Let history make a difference in Menlo Park. I respect all of you very kindly. Please. It's embarrassing for me to sit up here and beg for my rights. I thank you kindly as my time is up. Thank you. Once again, this is Victoria Fleming speaking. Thank you.
Next speaker is C.D. Webster, followed by Kenneth Harris Jr.
Thank you for this opportunity to demonstrate my support for the reconsideration of the Onetta Harris Center name on the front of the new building. In 2020, Menlo Park Council approved a nonprofit program, the Menlo Park City Association. And that program has visited Ireland, Japan, India, and China to show sisterhood and brotherhood and respect for different cultures and ethnicity. And we have the opportunity today to demonstrate that sameness with the naming of Onetta Harris Center on the front of the building, of the new building. I will also share with you the statement of the Menlo Park Cities Association. It works to promote global awareness, cultural appreciation, and international cooperation within the Menlo Park community through its international relationships, The association helps connect people from different backgrounds and create lasting bonds between communities across the world. It is our responsibility to know and remember the value history of honoring Miss Onetta Harris, a Bellhaven, Menlo Park resident, wife to Mr. Israel Harris, mother of 8, and an active community advocate for surrounding communities. Mrs. Onetta Harris' legacy promotes local awareness, cultural appreciation, and cooperation within the Menlo Park community. She connected people from different backgrounds with lasting bonds to pass on to future generations. A time when we greeted one another as sisters and brothers with the human connection we all shared. Her name represents all contributing mothers in every community at large. Miss Onetta Harris's name is a model of diligent work, integrity, and dignity. She was and is an inspiration for us all to honor our own mothers, grandmothers, and ancestors whose shoulders we stand on. My hope is to follow the vote of Councilperson Marie. I have the utmost respect for you because you also demonstrated courage and integrity. Again, my hope is to keep the Onetta Harris Center name on the front of the new building. Thank you for listening.
Our next speaker is Kenneth Harris Jr., followed by Constance French.
Hey, hello, my name is Kenneth Harris Jr., grandson of Onetta Harris. Hey, so when you grow up, you know, everybody, no matter where you're at, there's always certain memories as a kid, certain locations, whether it be your first summer camp, you know, first anything, you'll never forget it. And that's what Onetta Harris was to me. And that's what it was to, you know, the whole city of Menlo Park. You know, when you think about the Statue of Liberty in New York, you know, it's something that's a known landmark. When you go to New York, it's like, okay, this is the Statue of Liberty. When you come to the city of Menlo Park, oh, that's the Onetta Harris Community Center. That's where I had my first summer camp. That's where I learned to swim. This is not just speaking for myself, but this is just speaking for a whole general audience, a whole population of people. You know, I have a 3-year-old son, and, you know, even when I was a kid, I used to always tell myself, hey, when I get older, I could come back here and show my son, hey, this is where I came to summer camp. This is where you're at right now. This is where I was at your time, you know, at my time. And the fact that the building isn't there, so I won't even be able to show him the building physically. And now that, you know, the name is gone, he won't see the name anywhere. So it's like, you know, he's hearing my word, but he only knows what he sees. And he's just seeing Bellhaven. He doesn't see Onetta Harris. And I just strongly believe that there's certain things, you know, in life that, you know, I just feel like, you know, they're just meant to be there. And when somebody, you know, impacts a crowd of people, you know, that much, and if people want them to stand up and have that name as the centerfold, I think that name should always, you know, stand clear, especially to all the individuals that are from this area. You know, there's going to be a lot of people that come back here one day and they're going to drive to, you know, to that area where, you know, the center was, and it's not going to be there. They're not even going to recognize it. And then they're going to see that the name isn't there. So they're just going to feel totally just out of touch. And I just strongly believe that, you know, that location is meant to be named Onetta Harris Community Center, not just for myself, but you know, for a whole era of people, generations of people. You know, there's always been great moments, great times, and just legacies within that gym. You know, I never met her a day in my life, but every day I was in there, I felt like I was getting to know her more and more. You know, I walk in there, I see the picture, and I know that picture like at the back of my head, you know, and I haven't seen it, but like whenever I think about it, I can see it clearly, you know. And whenever you walked in that gym, you always wondered, or in that center in general, that building, you always wondered who that lady was. And by the time you walked out, you would for sure know that was, you know, Onetta Harris. And I think that you guys should definitely consider, you know, changing the name back to Onetta Harris. Like I said, those are childhood memories and those are impacts that people had in their life and, you know, they can't let go of. And I don't think it's fair or it's right if the name is just suddenly just changed. You know, some things are never meant to be changed. I appreciate you guys. You guys have a good night.
Next speaker is Constance French, followed by Marilyn.
Good evening, everyone. So we're here again. We shouldn't be because they said they weren't going to change the name, and the name should be on the front of the building. We want to honor this woman who has contributed so much. Keep the name Onetta Harris on the front of the building. Keep our legacy. Keep her legacy. A legacy of love, a legacy of kindness, a legacy of caring, a legacy of valuing our people and all the people of the community, because to this day, we're not getting that from our own people and from others. It's not a legacy of value. When you see me as a Black woman, I mean, you know, can I dance? You know, do I have any education? It's not seen like that. So her legacy and the experiences that she projected is not like Meta and other people. Belhaven, no, it's a special legacy, and honoring an African-American woman, which you don't see that often. Again, that's not our legacy. That's not what you see when you see me or see most of us. Even when we have education, we're still put down. So and the knowledge not being following hegemony. We're not trying to do that. We're not trying to follow the cutthroat capitalist, I got mine, you know, I got to put you down to get mine. She didn't follow that. It was like arms open. We got room for all of us to move up. That's the legacy of African-American women. She wasn't the only one, and African-American men who honored their ancestral values. So the name is more than just a name. And I want to remind our sister on the board that when the Vietnamese wanted to have, I keep forgetting the name, Little Saigon, and she was on the board and didn't vote for it, boom, they voted her out. If you didn't vote for their interests, then they voted her out. And when you go down in San Jose now, you see all the names of Vietnam, all their names of all their businesses, etc. So if she didn't have the courage to vote for us, what's the point of her being on the board? Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Marilyn, followed by Pam Jones.
Hello, my name is Marilyn Duron, and again, I listened to everybody. Everyone spoke very eloquently, but the thing is, the name that should be changed is Belhaven. that family were racist and they were slave owners. So I don't know who in Menlo Park decided to name that neighborhood Belhaven, but that person was a racist and a slave owner. That's the name that Menlo Park needs to change. Get rid of Belhaven. Get rid of it. And the sister is not there tonight, but she's the main one. I don't know if she was used to speak. She read this big, long speech about keeping it Belhaven. I don't even know if she did the search to find out the history of this Belhaven person that came over. The family came over with George Washington. George Washington, you know, go and research who these people are. And you guys want to take Mrs. Harris's name off the building to put a racist slave owner on there? That's the legacy that Menlo Park wants to have. Get rid of the name Belhaven, just like they took Sambo off of the restaurant. They got rid of Sambo. They got rid of a lot of things that represented racist people. Slave owners. The Black man that's sitting there right now, I don't know your name, brother. I can't see your name far from here, but you too. Sit there and vote without even doing a search on this racist slave owner to keep it Belhaven. The only thing I remember about Belhaven was that elementary school. And that needs to be changed too. Take Belhaven off of the school and out of that community. It represents slave owner, a racist. And the young lady who voted for Mrs. Harris, thank you very much. It did take courage for you to do that when the odds are against you. Mrs. Mayor, you know, that whole, to me, I don't know you, but it was like an act. You know, it was so hard for you and you had to take a break to vote. Really? It was easy. I don't know who put this forward, but again, the vice mayor, the Black girl, she's missing tonight for whatever reason. But she's the one that needs to be sitting there tonight to hear what we have to say. A Black person putting forth Belhaven without doing a search to find out that it's a racist slave owner. And that's a legacy Menlo Park wants to keep instead of Mrs. Harris, who did more than anybody. I don't know how many years you're going to try to find somebody to do what Mrs. Harris did in that community. I doubt it. Anyway, good night.
And our final speaker will be Pam Jones.
Thank you. And I'm speaking now as a public comment that's not attached to an item. I do have a public comment on the master fee schedule, which I will do at that time. Some of you may know that I've been working on the history of Belhaven, which specifically includes the name Belhaven City when it first appeared in the 1920s on parcel maps and advertising for housing. And some of you know that Belhaven City actually extended to Middlefield Road when it was incorporated to the city of Menlo Park in 1949. As a point of clarification about the name Belhaven, 2 words, it doesn't appear to be any relationship to Belhaven, Connecticut, which is named after the Scottish Earl of Belhaven, spelled one word, Belhavin, and this was in 1948. About 100 years later, mostly Irish and English people settled in Menlo Park. The Spanish were already here, so we have which is why we have Las Pulgas area, and so one thought about the naming, which, as I said, which didn't appear until the early 20s, as far as we know, was that Sarah Pardee Winchester lived in Atherton, and she was known as the Belle of New Haven. So, you know, when you're trying to put together pieces, it was as though, well, maybe that's one of the things, or it could be someone just wanted to name it a beautiful, safe place. But I want to be clear that yes, the Earl of Belhaven was not a nice person. And he was a slave owner, and we're talking about the East Coast. But as far as we can tell, this name for here doesn't have anything to do with that. I will continue reviewing the records. I need to go to the county office to see what I can find up there, and because things are not necessarily on microfiche. Now, I've previously given the history of the center, and that started with the recommendations from the Park and Recreation Master Plan Consultants and the Belhaven Library Siting Survey, which was the residents here in Belhaven participated in that. And the recommendation ended up being that, yes, the Onetta Harris Recreation Center needed to be replaced. The senior facility was only a few years behind. The Belhaven Youth Center was a mess. And so their recommendation was to rebuild everything at the same time, because they would be putting the Belhaven branch library there. And so there was 5 programs that ended up in one building because Facebook now Meta offered to build one facility which had all of these 5 services in it. And I will get this written up again so that you all have it for your record. I just couldn't find it this evening. Thank you.
That was our final speaker. So we are closing public comment for items not on tonight's agenda. And Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen, and thank you again for our public comments this evening. The council is not at liberty to comment on non-agendized items, so I just wanted to make that clear. So at this time, we are moving on to our public hearing, which is F. Public hearings are a formal proceeding held in order to receive testimony from all interested parties on a proposed issue or action. Tonight's public hearing is F1. Introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance amending the city's comprehensive master fee schedule for the city manager's office, community development, library and community services, and public works departments, and for the Menlo Park Municipal Water. And here to introduce this item is our Administrative Services Director, Brittany Mello. Good evening, Ms. Mello.
Good evening, City Council. So before you for consideration is the introduction of an ordinance amending the master fee schedule. By way of background, the City Council last adopted the changes to the master fee schedule for fees effective in October 2022 at the public hearing that was held back in August 2022. There are different requirements for how fees are set or changed based on the different categories of the fees, so we wanted to run through that very quickly. There's 3 categories. The first is fees and charges for use of facilities, services, and access to property. These are discretionary fees and can be effective 30 days following adoption by City Council. The second category of fees is property development processing and impact fees. These cannot exceed the reasonable cost of providing the service or facility. The new fees or changes to existing fees can be effective no sooner than 60 days after approval by the council. And the third category is fees relating to Public Records Act requests and copies of documents and reports. These are limited to the actual cost or statutory amount, whichever is lower of the 2. And of note, all of the proposed fees in front of you fall into the category 1 or 2, and there are no recommendations in that third category. We also wanted to go through the approval process a little bit this evening. So of note, if approved, the proposed Taxpayer Protection and Government Accountability Act will require all fees and charges adopted after January 1st, 2022 to be adopted by the City Council via ordinance. Previously, last year and in prior years, the master fee schedule was brought to council and adopted by resolution. So we just wanted to note that change. In terms of the timeline, the public hearing was noticed in the San Mateo Daily Journal back on November 25th. The early staff report was released at least 10 days in advance on November 22nd. The public hearing and first reading of the ordinance is this evening, December 5th. And then the second reading would be scheduled to come back for the council on January 9th, 2024. Also of note, the proposed fees may be approved at the levels proposed or reduced from the notice levels only. Any increases to the proposed fees would require renoticing and restarting that public hearing process. So we have 4 departments that have proposed fee changes along with Menlo Park Municipal Water. We've summarized them at a high level by department on the slides that you'll be seeing. And then they are explained in greater detail in the staff report and in the proposed fee attachment D. We also have subject matter experts available to answer the department-specific fee recommendations later this evening. So the first department is the city manager's office under the sustainability. There's one proposed fee change here, and that's related to reducing the electric vehicle charging stations access fee, which was recommended by the Environmental Quality Commission. This access fee would be reduced 50% from $1 to 50 cents. For community development, there's a variety of several building permits that would be clarifying the types of construction activity. Those are shown in the bulleted list on the slide before you. And we also wanted to note that as part of the Climate Action Plan Strategy Number 1, electrify 95% of existing buildings, the city does not currently collect plan check or permit fees for building permits related to the electrification of existing buildings. For the Public Works Department, there are proposed changes to news racks or newspaper racks, to the appeal and protest fees. And for the streetery permit fees, which is related to the streetery outdoor dining areas that was adopted back in August. And those fees are before you. And the Menlo Park Municipal Water. These are non-consumption fees for ancillary services, which include disconnect door tag fee, reconnection fees, meter tampering fees, backflow testing, and others. And we wanted to note that these are different from water consumption fees, which are changed only through the Proposition 218 process. So this will not change water consumption rates. In this category, most of the fees have not been adjusted since 2016, and the recommended fee increases range from with an average of 27% increase. For the Library and Community Services Department, the majority of proposed fee increases are approximately 5% to align with the inflationary cost increases to help maintain cost recovery. There are new and revised fees related to the Belhaven Community Campus. These include facility rentals, recreation classes, youth programs, and camps and related services. And these fees were meant to be inclusive and equivalent fees to with the corresponding Burgess campus facilities. There's also a proposed hyperlocal resident fee rate, which would be 65% of the resident fee for residents who live or attend K-12 schools within the neighborhood service area of the Belhaven Community Campus. Additionally, there are revised aquatics fees, which would be following the new aquatics operator agreement, which was approved by council in September. These would be effective no later than April 1st or upon the opening of Belhaven Community Campus. There's also revised athletic field fees to reflect updated subdivisions of field spaces, and maps of these are provided in Attachment E. This would be for Burgess Park, La Entrada Middle School, Jack Lyle Park, and Neelan Park. Additionally, there's proposed to eliminate the tennis and pickleball court key fees and revise the court reservation fees. And then there would be newly established commercial and nonprofit fee rates, primarily for facility rentals. So the commercial would be for for-profit businesses that would be looking to use city facilities, and that is proposed at 150% of the resident fee unless otherwise specified. And then for the nonprofit fee, That would apply to nonprofits that primarily serve Menlo Park residents. And that would be 65% of the resident fee, again, unless otherwise specified. And with that high-level overview, the recommended action for City Council this evening would be to introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance amending the city's master fee schedule to incorporate the proposed changes in fees to become effective 30 days after the ordinance would be adopted, or as otherwise noted or required by statute. Alternatively, the council could amend the city's master fee schedule to incorporate a portion of the proposed changes in fees at or below the staff recommended rates. And with that, we'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mello. So this is a public hearing, which has this prescribed order. So does the City Council have any clarifying questions before we open the public hearing? Councilmember Dorr.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Mello. A question about how this fits in with broader plans to look at fees and look at how we are assessing these costs going forward, or these fees going forward. Could you share a little bit more about any planned updates for the master fee schedule?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. And so we do have a cost of services study that was conducted nearly 6 years ago now. And the goal really would be to update that on at least a 5-year basis. And so staff are looking to include the cost of performing that study in the next fiscal year budget, and to be launching that process, including hiring an outside consultant to assist us in July, August 2024. And then that study is very labor intensive, so it would take approximately 6 months. And so then we would be looking to bring that revised master fee schedule back to council approximately February or March of 2025.
Thank you. And that new study would then mean in the spring in 2025, the City Council would be deliberating and discussing new fee restructures?
Correct.
So as a follow-up then, we can anticipate that the fees we're approving tonight would be in effect until March 2025, where there'll be another bite at the apple to discuss and look at the fees?
Yes, unless something were to arise that needed, that required the item to be brought to the council sooner than that, but that would be more on a case-by-case basis and wouldn't be comprehensive.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other clarifying questions before we open the public hearing? I'm not seeing any. Okay, then at this time, I would like to open the public hearing. City Clerk Karen, can you please call for public comment on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our public hearing item F1, introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance amending the city's comprehensive master fee schedule for the city manager's office, community development, library and community services and public works departments, and Menlo Park Municipal Water. Participating in person, please complete a speaker card at the back table, return to me at the clerk's desk. If you are participating virtually, now's the time to engage that hand feature, bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. Okay, I am seeing one speaker, so this will be the final call for public comment on our public hearing item F1. All right, so we will close the public comment period for F1, and our speaker will be Pam Jones.
Thank you again, and I think I have the right one, but we'll see. A few things to consider with the fee schedule when we're talking about affordability, which I don't think I heard that word, but anyway, our income level in education. According to the Cal EnviroScreen 4.0 released in 2021, which is reported by Census Track, the poverty level, which I hate that word, but it's what they use. The poverty level in D1 is in the 59th percentile. Data for districts 2 through 5 ranges from 2 to the 20th percentile. Education in District 1 is in the 62nd percentile, and districts 2 through 5 ranges from the 1st to the 22nd percentile. So there's obviously a different kind of need depending on where you live in the city. So the fee should be affordable to all Menlo Park residents, and maybe the same fee that is adjusted per income, or this data should be the same for all residents across the city. We know that renters as well as the homeowners pay taxes. And we also know that how much the range is for the district's contribution to the tax revenues that are issued to provide city services. Now, according to the 2018 or 2019 data, District 1 was second to Sharon Heights in their contribution to the city coffers. Now, I couldn't verify the year or if there is an annual data because I could not create an account in the Argus online database, which I found very odd since the category is listed under finance on the Open Government webpage. So I think that needs to be dealt with, and that's a side note. So as we update the master fee schedule, it is important that we consider residents first. That is critical. And I'm not sure how the formula came up that you would, for the percentage multiplier for non-residents, but I think that needs to have a realistic look. And it isn't always appropriate that we do surveys and then we decide, oh, well, we should have our fees similar to they have elsewhere. Because you could double or triple the amount of fees for access, and people are still going to come from outside the city. So keep in mind residents first, and to have a fee schedule that is affordable by all people, especially for the Belhaven residents to be able to use the new facility. Thank you.
All right, and that concludes our public commenters for item F1.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen, and thank you, Ms. Jones. I will now close the public hearing and open this item up for council discussion. Would anyone like to provide their thoughts or ask any questions of our staff that's here? Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. So I very much agree with the commenter that we need to prioritize the Menlo Park residents who actually fund these facilities. And so I'm wondering what consideration was given to reducing the fees for Menlo Park residents?
There is currently an established differential between resident and non-resident fees where non-residents pay 135% of the resident fee. There are no proposed changes to that differential. There is that separate newly established or newly proposed hyperlocal resident fee, which would be separate from the existing resident versus non-resident.
Thank you. Are there any programs available to residents citywide who may need reduced fees to be able to participate in access programs?
I might need some support answering that question. I'm aware of certain things that the council approves, such as each year the subsidized water rates, but that's the only thing immediately coming to mind. I can throw that over to our Library and Community Services Director, Sean Reinhart.
Yes, thank you for the question. So in addition to what Ms. Mello just shared, one item I would call to the City Council's recollection is the Recreation Scholarship Policy, which was reviewed by the City Council on August 31st, 2021. And it provides for Menlo Park residents to qualify for discounted recreation fees up to 75% off the resident fee rate, depending on, it's application based, depending on income eligibility. So there's that kind of is a blanket across pretty much all recreation fees, in addition to the hyperlocal rate and some of the other things that have already been discussed.
Thank you. That's excellent. That's just what I was looking for. And how do people find out about that?
Yeah, there is an application that folks can either turn in person or submit online. The policy is posted to the city website. And so folks can just express that they are interested in participating in that, and then we process them.
Thank you. So can you explain a little bit more about the boundaries of the hyperlocal and what you are, what's being imagined for that, please?
Thank you. Excellent question. As I think noted in the presentation and the staff report, the intent there is to focus on what could be considered the service area for the Belhaven Community Campus, meaning within a reasonable bicycling or walking distance of the campus. So the hyperlocal resident area that's proposed tonight would be all points from Bay Road to San Francisco Bay, because of the portion that is between Bay Road and US 101 has close proximity to the bike and pedestrian overcrossing over US 101. So there's some pretty easy bike and pedestrian access. So that's one reason why it's proposed to include that in the service area. In addition, when you kind of look at just sort of like the radius around the new community center, you can kind of see that within about a 1 mile radius, it does encompass that portion from Bay Road to US 101, in addition to all of District 1. So that was some of the thinking behind that.
So in the staff report, I read it different ways, and I was wondering if it was tied to the school district.
It is proposed that in addition to residency within the service area, that attending a K through 12 school within the service area also would be qualifying.
Thank you.
Wait, so a K through 12, so would Menlo Atherton attendance qualify?
No, Menlo Atherton High School is not within that particular area. Tide Academy is one secondary, like high school that's within that
So
area.
the school has to be located in that, the school that the child attends has to be located in that geographic area.
Yeah, that's the intent.
Okay,
Either
okay.
residency
Sorry, I'm
in the
just
area
thinking
or
that-
attending a
okay,
school
okay.
located in that area. Yes.
And so I will tell you what I like the idea of the hyperlocal, in part because there's no means testing, but I also think that it is, will catch a lot of people who may not need it. But I guess it's better to be over-inclusive than under-inclusive on that. One of the other pieces that I thought hyperlocal could be used for is early registration in a way that for the Belhaven Community Campus, in the way that residents are given early access to, like, December 5th was when residents could sign up for classes, and December 12th is when non-residents. It also seems that that might be useful for hyperlocal residents to be able to sign up early for Belhaven Community Campus facilities.
That is an excellent suggestion. It's consistent, as you know, with our current practice of releasing registration access to residents first and then non-residents a week later. Doesn't necessarily need to be reflected in this fee schedule. However, staff can take that direction if there's a kind of consensus on the council and implement it as such, because again, that's consistent with our current practice.
Consistent, but it did sound a little bit different along with keeping that consistent current practice, adding this new practice of the hyperlocal. Just want to confirm that.
Correct. That was, the intent there.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was thinking. There are no hyperlocal fees reflected in the Belhaven Community Campus pool or the Belhaven pool. Is it possible to also include them there?
Just give me a moment to check the schedule. That is correct. What is proposed for the aquatics fees, which would apply equivalent to both the Burgess Pool and the Bellhaven Pool, is a fee-assisted rate for residents only, kind of similar to the Recreation Scholarship Program. I think most of those rates are the $5 range.
So if we do go ahead with this, I'd very much like the hyperlocal to also include the Bellhaven Community Campus, the Bellhaven Pool. I think that it's one of the benefits is encouraging people to use the facility, and certainly encouraging people to use the pool is very, very important.
Thank you for that feedback. I think we would have to look into like the noticing requirements if we were to make that particular change. Now, that would be less than the fees that are listed, so I'm not sure where we are with that.
I believe the city council can approve adjustments that lower the fees that were duly noticed.
Yes, that's right, but if it's a cost-based fee, then there will need to be backfilling from unreserved funds, and so the council needs to be aware of that also. There's a backfilling obligation if it's a cost-based fee.
Could you explain that more, please? And why the swimming program would be different than any of the other programs at the campus?
So because the fee has already been assessed based on the cost of providing the services, if the council is to lower those fees to right now, beyond what's already been established based on the cost needs, which is what's before you this evening, then the city has to backfill from its general fund any losses to services that would be covered from those cost-based fees.
Through the mayor, if I may, thank you, City Attorney Doherty, for that, and that would be certainly applicable to fees for services that are directly provided by the city. However, I would just remind everyone that the aquatics program is provided by a third-party contracted operator. There currently do not exist aquatics fees in the master fee schedule. That was one of the requirements of the agreement between the city and the aquatics operator that was approved by council last September. So they're not necessarily they aren't based on the city cost to provide the service because the city doesn't directly provide the service.
So to follow up then, how does that work then with our contractor, our pool contractor? So who loses out on the money? Is it the pool, is it the aquatics operator? Or does the city have to subsidize the aquatics operator for any lost revenue or yeah?
Yeah, that is a great question. The agreement between the city and the aquatics operator stipulates that the operator shall impose fees as set by city council in the master fee schedule. So it would be incumbent upon the operator to impose those fees and to adjust their operations accordingly. Whether or not that would result in a material change to the operator's bottom line would remain to be seen. In some cases, decreasing fees increases usage, which offsets it. I really don't know what the actual effect would be here. However, it would be incumbent on the operator and not the city.
But the operator would still be beholden to the other requirements in the contract in terms of number of hours, types of programs offered, whatnot.
Correct. That's what was agreed to and approved by the city council.
And another follow-up question, if I may, about the fee assisted option for residents. How do people qualify for that fee assisted program?
The details haven't been completely finalized, but in discussing this with the aquatics operator, the intent would be for it to be similar to a process as the recreation scholarship program that I just outlined. So typically, this would entail presenting proof of participation in another fee-assisted program, such as PG&E's CARE program, or Menlo Park Municipal Water has a fee assistance program. So just like presenting enrollment in that would qualify.
Wait, sorry, was that for the hyperlocal discount?
No, I think we were talking about the fee-assisted $5 pool access fee. That's different than the hyperlocal rate. The hyperlocal rate would be 65% of the resident fee. In the case of what's proposed here with the aquatics fees in the proposed fee schedule, there's a fee-assisted rate that's just a flat $5 in most cases.
And there's also the Beyond Barriers Fund, which is available to swimmers who cannot or who are needs-based qualified.
Yes, that is correct. And just to add that is a separate nonprofit foundation that provides offsetting contributions toward fees for eligible participating swimmers.
Councilmember Nash, is there more you'd like to go through?
Let's have someone else.
Okay, Councilmember Dorr.
Yes, thank you. Really appreciate that we have this hyperlocal affordability rate proposed here. Did I have a question there? No, just an appreciation. So actual question. So that's what we have here. Oh, wondering, is this affordable enough? Is 65% enough, or should we look at going to 60 or 50%? And I'm curious why 65 was chosen.
Yeah, great question. In part because the non-resident rate is 135% currently. The converse of that be 35% in the other direction, which is 65%.
You already know my next question was, is 135% for non-residents high enough? Given potential, competition to access the programs that we have, especially with this great new community center, community campus coming on board. I'm curious why 135 was chosen.
Great question, council member. The analysis and decision to make 135% kind of the default sort of predates my time with the city. I believe it stretches back till at least 2010. In a previous cost of services study, I believe it was, so it goes back a ways. Whether it certainly could be higher. I think that our recommendation would be to engage in some additional analysis, potentially as part of the cost of services study that was mentioned before we adjust that rate differently. I think one other element to consider is if the intent there would be to prioritize and incentivize and increase access for residents as opposed to non-residents. The fees are only one of a number of tools that can be applied to achieve that. One other tool that was mentioned earlier by Councilmember Nash was simply opening the registration earlier before non-residents can register. That's actually been proving quite effective in practice.
Thank you. I think part of it is competition, but also thinking about cost recovery and making sure that we can provide the same quality of service across our programs. And so sounds great to explore it in the 2024 study, but I'll be curious for conversation on the dais about if there's appetite for increasing that while thinking also conversely about any decreases to the hyperlocal rates. Another question that I have for you. Yes, so thanks for the clarification here in the slides where you said that the city does not currently collect plan check or permit fees for building permits related to electrification on existing buildings. And so just to clarify, the permit fees that you're suggesting would be for folks, for new buildings to do electrification?
I'm happy to take this question. So for new construction, the way those permits are handled are based on a square footage basis of the overall project. So for existing buildings, however, you kind of can get an application for a single permit, and it could be replacing gas to electric water heater. So it's handled entirely differently in our permitting system. And additionally, the city could have other code regulations that apply to new construction as well. So.
Got it. Thank you. And I'm curious how these fees that are being proposed here compare to, so it says, for example, electric or heat pump water heater. And I'm curious how those fees proposed here, the 124 to 192, compare to fees for gas water heaters, if someone wanted to install that. Thinking about new buildings. Or no, sorry. Yes, thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Dorrs. I'm Deanna Cho, Community Development Director. I do believe we have our Assistant Director, Chuck Andrews, on the line who may be able to assist more specifically with the questions. I do know that our proposed fee schedules are intended to be cost recovery. For the electrification, certainly there is the waiver program that the City Council initiated last year. And so we are doing calculations for that in terms of for the $150,000 that I think the council did set aside. We are about $100,000 as Assistant City Manager Stolte mentioned, that is for existing buildings to do that conversion. But if you're looking at the new, for new buildings, new construction, the electrification rate, I may need to pause for a minute and to see if Assistant Director Andrews might be able to provide those. I do believe maybe they are comparable, but perhaps we can confirm.
Good evening, Mayor Willison and City Council members. Chuck Andrews, Assistant Community Development Director of Building. So the answer to your question is they are slightly higher based on the panel inspections that we have to do. They're in addition to the gas requirements. So they are slightly higher, but not substantial.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yes.
I just have one question related to the new Bellhaven Community Campus, where I believe there's a lovely fitness center being put in with different equipment, and members of the public can come and use that equipment. Are we charging a fee for folks to do that? Kind of like a gym? I don't believe it was in the master fee schedule or in this list.
Yes, Mayor, thank you for calling that out. So individual recreation class offerings, they're not itemized in the proposed master fee schedule. However, there is a range that is proposed for recreation class fees kind of under general recreation and sports. It might take me a minute to call up the specific table, but it's one of the earlier tables in the list. Fitness center access would kind of fall within that range. The specific fees haven't been determined yet based on, it depends on how the program's actually implemented and operated, but the intent is for it to fall within that range.
So just for my own curiosity, so will someone be able to use that room outside of a class? Or will they need to be in a class in order to use the equipment?
So the fitness center in the new Bellhaven Community Campus, the intent is for there to be a combination of like drop-in time just to work out and potentially some like coordinated classes. What is not intended is for the entire room to be rented out like a facility rental. So that's one reason why you might see some other rooms listed specifically as facility rentals, like the makerspace, which lends itself to that, but not the fitness center.
Okay, and we do not have any comparable thing like that at the Arriaga Recreation Center where someone can drop in and use equipment.
We do not currently have a fitness center at the Arriaga Recreation Center. Now, there is a room that is named the fitness center at the Arriaga Gymnastics Center. And at one point in the past, it was used, I think it had some stationary bicycles and things in there, but we're not currently using it for that. However, the fee is still there in the master fee schedule, should that change in the future.
Thank you for that information. Are there other questions or comments, Councilmember Nash? Or Councilmember Drew, Combs, would you like to? Okay, Councilmember Nash?
So following up on this question, will there be a drop-in fee for someone using the fitness center at the Bellhaven Community Campus?
I think the intent there is for there to be some drop-in fee. However, there could potentially be times when there is no fee at certain times for residents or for hyper-local residents. That's yet to be determined, and it's somewhat dependent, I believe, on the next item and exactly how the facility will be operated.
Does that need to be part of the master fee schedule?
Not as presented here, because there is a general range for
Can you
recreation and
point us
sports
to where
fees.
that is in
Yeah,
the table?
give me a moment just to
Thank
look
you,
it up.
Mr. Reinhardt.
I think that table may be in page F-116 under recreations and sports fees.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Combs. It is on page F1-16 at the bottom. And you'll see that that table is labeled library and community services, recreation and sports fees. And you can see a fee title for recreation classes. Fees vary by class
What we're
content, et
talking
cetera.
about is not a class, it's a drop-in individual experience. So just making sure that that's covered under that category.
Yeah, the intent is for it to be covered under that category.
I'm wondering if we want to clarify that, because I wouldn't have known that. Is there a way in the title of what this fee is to clarify, like a individual drop-in rate for usage?
I believe that is possible.
Okay.
And there is precedent for that. For drop-in fees are also for like basketball, for example, are posted as classes in the city's activity guide, but we can clarify that.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Nash, did you have anything else?
Yes, thank you. I was wondering what the in-house catering, what are you thinking? Could you just explain that more? It's on page 21, F121. In-house catering service varies 100% of the cost.
Yes, thank you for that question. So the new Bellhaven Community Campus has a very robust commercial kitchen facility, and that will be staffed by city personnel, primarily the senior center lunch staff. We anticipate that there could potentially be interest for facility users to, for example, have events there that may be actually where the food is prepared in the kitchen there. And the intent there is to have a fee in place in the event that our own in-house cooking crew is hired to provide that catering service at 100% of the cost. We have no specific date for when that might happen, but we thought in order to future-proof the fee schedule to place that in there.
So what concerns me is just the impact on our resources and how, it's great that we're 100% cost covered, covers the cost 100%, but presumably that takes resources away from other programs. So I just want to do that very carefully.
Agreed.
So I'm curious, Councilmember Nash, would that look like 110%? So there's some fee for the time that would go back to staff, or I'm curious what that might look like.
I'm more concerned that right now staff is working very hard, especially with all our vacancies, and to now add additional responsibilities, even if the cost is covered, worries me.
Thank you for clarifying. I do have one more question here. So Really helpful to also see this nonprofit versus commercial fee rates. Are you counting schools as nonprofits, and or have you thought about including them at a even lower rate, perhaps? So a class could come to the makerspace, for example.
The nonprofit rate certainly would be applicable to a school that is not a for-profit school. I think most of the schools are nonprofits or they're public agencies. The rate could potentially be lower. I think the thinking there was to have the nonprofit rate and the commercial rate be sort of like the converse of each other, similar to the hyperlocal rate and the non-resident rate. So the proposed commercial rate being 150% of the resident rate, and the nonprofit rate being 50% of the resident rate. 50% is a fairly common discount that you kind of see in jurisdictions in the area, and so that's kind of what informed that thinking there.
Thank you. Just to clarify, on page 6 of the slides you shared, it says commercial is 150 and nonprofit is 65.
My apologies. You're correct. 65
As
being the converse of the non-resident rate. My apologies.
as a non-resident rate, as opposed to the converse of the commercial rate.
Correct. My apologies.
Okay.
My inclination would be to stick with staff recommendations, and then as they do their next master fee study to look at these and see how they're playing out. That's just where I would be on that. But I actually have a follow-up question to Councilmember Nash regarding the in-house catering, and to see how you wanted, like, if you had a suggestion for what to do about it.
I mean, I see no harm in leaving it on the schedule, but it would be concerned if we just really going into it with eyes wide open. But if it's there, then it leaves an opportunity. But basically,
Yeah, I
no,
think I agree.
I'm-
But if we're learning that staff can't do the basic functions that we intend to have performed at the center because they're spending all their time on this, then we would obviously like to know that. And then, is that what you're getting at?
Yes. Yes, and as we'll look at in the, I think it's G1, as we go to the Bellhaven Community Campus operations, there's a request for an additional, a nutritionist. And it's basically, I am, given our budget, given our resources, I do not want to be staffing above and beyond to be able to provide in-house catering or something, which really would be great if we didn't have any limits, but which I see as very discretionary.
So are there more comments, questions? Because we are wanting to move towards a motion here at some point.
Yes, so on, I was on the aquatics fees, it said that the recommended aquatics fees include a proposed schedule for future annual increases that would phase in subsequent escalations in non-resident fees over time. Could you please describe what is being thought of?
Yes, thank you. The intent there is to, over time, phase in additional increases in future updates to the master fee schedule to achieve a greater differential between resident and non-resident rates. But because that increase could be fairly substantial to do all at once, the proposal is to phase them in over a couple, 3 years.
And do you have any idea what that differential is?
Well, the current default differential is there's the resident rate. The non-resident rate is 135% of the resident rate. If the hyper-local rate is added in, then that would be 65%. If after performing, say, a cost of services study next year, and that rate is changed, then that also would change. But that's like the goal is to kind of meet what the current differential is elsewhere in the master fee schedule.
So certainly when we were discussing the swimming pool, one of the ideas was to, back prior to when this was still under contract discussions and The idea was to be able to reduce the amount that residents paid, and while in sort of offsetting that with the increase in non-residents. So, any thoughts on that?
Yes, thank you. The aquatics program is provided by a for-profit operator. And so in all of the discussions about aquatics fees and aquatics revenues and the cost for the operator to provide aquatic services, there is sort of that additional layer of sensitivity of the impact that sudden fee changes could have on participation rates and the operator's ability to, kind of just fund their ongoing operation.
Thank you. I guess a general comment, as we are doing the cost of fee service study, I would very much like to look at across the board citywide, being able to reduce resident fees and with increasing the percentage of non-resident fees. I do hear people are not accessing all our programs because the fees, they just can't afford the fees. I think one of the things that we would be good is to better advertise that there are options for people, perhaps in the newsletter. I think that, although I know that council approved that, it was not something that I had remembered. And I think just having that top of mind would be good. But just generally, given that our residents are already paying for these facilities, I think that it would be good to have the rates, to try to reduce the rates, seeing how, if we could do that with maintaining cost of service, how that would work. Along those lines, there was a suggestion from the Parks and Rec Commission, and it made it into this proposal into this fee schedule to drop the tennis keys, pickleball tennis keys. How does that affect our service? I know that there's, just how do we cost recover like the maintenance of the tennis courts, the lighting? I know we're trying to do more with the nets and restriping and possibly putting bleachers in. How does all that work as we are now decreasing one of the fees that we're collecting?
Thank you. I appreciate the question. The city has a funding allocated to perform kind of routine maintenance on all of the outdoor amenities, including tennis courts, pickleball courts, the lighting, and so forth. The revenues from the tennis keys, I believe last year they were around $28,000. So nothing, but not a particularly significant amount of revenue. Meanwhile, the cost to the city to rekey all of the locks on all of the tennis courts each year, and it is a specialized type of locking system, and for the staff to perform all of that changeover, as well as administering people buying the keys and issuing the keys and keeping track of the keys. It really already eats into that 28,000. So staff's perspective on this and view of this is that the impact is rather minimal. However, on the flip side, the increased access to these public amenities by not having them behind lock and key could be a great benefit to the community, because right now with the key system, only a small subset of the community can even access those amenities.
Thank you. I very much appreciate looking at the whole cost, including the administrative burdens. So thank you. One thing that we do lose with that is being able to tell or being able to in any way encourage more resident use than non-resident use. So if we could keep an eye on that, that would be great, although I'm not sure exactly how that's will be measured. Did you want to respond? It looks like.
No, we
Oh,
agree,
okay.
and we do have some thoughts on how to track that and also to incentivize that. Some of that has to do with court reservations are still available, so that's one technique, but also the focused advertising is another technique, and we'll be closely watching if City Council does remove the tennis key fees from the master fee schedule. We'll be closely watching what the actual impact is, in particular to resident and non-resident usage, and report back to council.
Thank you. And then have you thought of having reduced rates for youth and for seniors?
Yes, I think in particular for seniors, many of the senior programs are already quite reduced or free. It really kind of is a case by case basis, in particular, like the types of classes and programs offered. But I'm not sure if you're referring like specifically to tennis, or now we're kind of back on a more general approach to the
Yes,
fees.
now we're back on more of a general approach and looking at not just this, like the childcare or senior programs, but looking across the board at access to some of the facilities and classes. And I guess just as we do this, the cost of service study, that would be another area to take a look at, whether that, how that would affect everything. So thank you.
All right, Councilmember Combs, I want to make sure you get an opportunity if you have any questions or comments. You're good. Okay, Councilmember Dorr?
Well, I have some more.
And now would be a good time to
Yes.
lay them all out there.
Perfect. Okay, so thank you for sharing a little bit more about the fee assisted programs and how they're used elsewhere. I am concerned, you mentioned that it requires some proof of being enrolled in other programs. There are challenges that make it difficult for folks to enroll in these programs that are supposed to help folks because of the amounts of paperwork. Maybe you're required to be you can't be a renter. You have to have documentation. Many things could make it difficult for folks to get that proof. And so when we're talking about the pool, I worry about creating other barriers to access to the fee assisted program if we're requiring proof of enrollment in other programs that are hard to get into. And so I know that today we're not talking about the fee assisted program, but would like to talk at some later date about that. And maybe revise and think about that with the city council about how folks can qualify for that fee assisted program. So that's something I'd like to see. On a little clarification, so throughout the document, so I'm, for example, looking at the tennis and pickleball courts. I think it'd be helpful throughout this documentation, or however it's shared with the public, to be clear about what we mean by hyperlocal to what. So maybe in the title here, is it hyperlocal dash Bellhaven and Ravenswood school, something that clarifies where we're talking or has this definition very clearly throughout, given that if, I'm in Sharon Heights, I think hyperlocal means I live by Sharon Park or something. Another note on the courts, so looking at pickleball and tennis, I've raised with the staff that folks and residents are concerned about lighting. They want to see improved lighting. They want to see resurfacing of the courts. They want to see soundproofing. And the pushback I've gotten is that, well, there's so many, other things we have to pay for. We don't have the funds right now, but it's, going to come eventually. And that signals to me that maybe there's an opportunity to figure out a better cost recovery. And so I appreciate that the previous system of the keys maybe wasn't working well. And I'm glad to see that in this new proposed system of court reservations, there are proposed fees here. And I would be eager to chat more and learn more about that proposed system and how that can hopefully create funds so we can get folks the high quality courts that they want to play on. So that is a hope. And just a note broadly about this being shared out with the public, along with this public meeting, I hope that we have really ample communication with the public so folks know about these upcoming changes and can make adjustments accordingly. Related to the fee assisted program once more, or the opportunities there, making sure there are physical copies of those forms on the premises, as well as wanting to look at what are the qualifications to qualify for those programs. Those are things I'd hope to see. Thank you.
Just following up, is the fee assisted program advertised in the booklet that goes out in the online one?
I would have to check. The latest one was just compiled. The intent is for it to be there, but I can't verify that
Okay.
as I sit
That'd probably
here.
be a good place as people are perusing through it to see that there's opportunities there. Councilmember Nash.
So weddings in the park, Sharon Park. That is a very, it is very low to have a wedding at $150 to $250. I'm wondering if there is an opportunity to, well, how many reservations do we have a year? Do you have any idea?
I don't think there are very many. This fee has been in the fee schedule for quite some time. I've in the past 2 years not had staff advise me that we've had a wedding booked at Sharon Park. There may have been, but it's not like a frequent occurrence to my understanding.
I actually would like to consider having that removed or at least not rented out, just because we hear of so many people who enjoy the park. And when there's a wedding there, if this becomes known, I think it will become a very popular place. And that would take it away from the many, many residents who enjoy the park. So at least maybe limiting how many could be there or something. Also with just cost recovery, the cleanup and all, I would be amazed if that covers that.
If I may, it is perfectly acceptable to have a fee in the master fee schedule, but not necessarily provide the service or collect the fee. So that might be the approach in this case, pending some just additional closer look at like what are the frequency of the weddings and maybe a little bit of community outreach to make sure that there wouldn't be some unintended impacts of fully removing the option.
Thank you. And I will just say, I am planning to vote for this master fee schedule, but I am very unhappy with the costs. And I'm very much looking forward to the cost of service study and being able to reduce the costs for residents and increasing it for non-residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. So at this time, I'm happy to entertain any motions. So to remind everyone that we are looking to introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance which amends the city's comprehensive master fee schedule for the city manager's office, community development, library and community services, and public works departments, and Menlo Park Municipal Water. So if staff, if you could remind us, have we mentioned any substantive changes that would require any thing different than what is written here?
There are no changes that are required. Thank you.
Okay. So yes, Councilmember Nash.
So just one more question about hyperlocal. And is that something that we need to define specifically tonight, or can that be further finessed outside of this meeting? Just to make sure that the intent is truly the group that we are getting.
I believe, and Ms. Mello, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that definition is listed here in the fee schedule. So I don't think additional clarification or changes are needed tonight in order to capture the intent that you just said. I'm just kind of doing a verification. It looks like, yes, it's already defined in the fee schedule.
So one question is, for example, in a school district, looking at a school district, is it anyone in the school district or for those specific schools that are in, students that attend schools that are in the neighborhood? In
Thank
Menlo
you.
Park?
Yeah, thank you. The language says school. It doesn't say school district, so it would be specific to a school that is located within the boundaries. Right, so a school in the same district that's not within those boundaries would not be considered part of the hyperlocal
So
geographic
we're talking
area
about students who are attending school within
within
Menlo
that
Park,
boundary.
within that
Yes,
boundary.
in,
Okay.
incorporated Menlo Park within the area defined as hyperlocal.
And just to chime in, I mean, there are, correct me if I'm wrong, 3 schools, right? I mean, so there's Bellhaven, there's Tide, and there's Beechwood, right? Because does it go across Willow to include, there's Peninsula High School, right? Am I correct? That's on Willow Road.
Mid-Penn High School
Mid-
is north of Bay Road within incorporated Menlo Park, if I'm not mistaken.
No, you mean
So that is
Willow?
District 1. So Mid-Penn would be in District 1.
Yes.
So those are the schools, right? I mean, those are the 4 schools of which the students attending those schools. So Mid-Penn, Bellhaven, Beechwood, and Tide. Like those students would apply.
Yes.
And to further clarify, is it just the student or the family? So I'm actually looking at Mid-Penn potentially for my child. I'm not looking to get a discount. I just want to understand the use case here. If my son ends up attending, or Tide, actually, we're also looking at Tide. If he goes to one of those schools, does our whole family get? I'm just trying to understand what the scope of this is.
Yeah, thank you. And it is an excellent school, but the language here is specific to the student. It doesn't specify like their family. It just says student.
What about Willow Oak School, which is on Willow, I believe is part of the Ravenswood district, but is not within that geographic area?
Correct. If I'm just sort of picturing the layout of Menlo Park and the location of,
Yeah, it's on the other side of Bay Road.
yeah, it's south.
I mean, I would
it's
love
south
to
of Bay
give it
Road.
to everyone who attends a Ravenswood school, but at some point we're having scope creep here and I'm concerned about us.
Well, I'm only talking about one school, which is a Ravenswood school district, and I don't, it is, but within Menlo Park, so it's not opening it up to all of it. And I honestly, I don't know if anyone else, I just wanted to raise it because it's the one other school that occurs to me. Actually, what if we don't, and then we could add it later if we, is it possible to add it later if for some reason it?
Yeah, it's always possible to charge a lower fee than what is stipulated in the master fee schedule. So that's possible to do at a later date.
So let's leave it the way it is then. Thank you.
And just to clarify, that school is, I believe it's now a charter school, and not part of the public school or a typical public school. I don't know how that all works. Okay. Okay, so in case I haven't hinted enough, Councilmember Dorr, are you?
I would motion to accept the ordinance and waive the first reading.
Thank you, Councilmember Dorr. Is there a second?
Or Drew first. I have motioned. Okay, great.
I'll second, since I know Councilmember Nash is going to vote, but maybe don't want to second. I'll happily second. I know that, just very quickly, I haven't spoken. I'm aligned with where staff is. I know that it is, there's lots of challenging trade-offs, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness and responding to some of the direction you've gotten from council in the past as it relates to these fees. And obviously there is room and space to make changes in the future, but I think this is a really great effort.
Thank you. I did want to just make one point of clarification regarding the hyper-local. Should that be included in the ordinance, or is it just being in the staff report enough, the definition?
I can just field that by confirming that the definition is actually listed in the fee schedule that city council would be voting on. So I don't think additional action is needed there.
Great. So it'll be in the
But,
attachment.
Through the mayor, I'm pretty sure I'm not sure that we were able to locate it, Mr. Reinhardt. So I think it would be better to include it in the ordinance.
Better safe than sorry.
Great, thank you.
Can I just, with the hyperlocal, just a real quick follow-up question. I know we're in the the motion phase, but is there any communication or will there be to the fact that like a resident may qualify for hyperlocal, but the heart of it is that it should be targeted towards or used by people who would feel some financial burden, like in pain. And so you could be in this area, but not have any financial burden, irrespective of how you draw the boundaries. And so will there be any communication that like you could get this discount or this discount is available to anyone in this district, but our intent is that to lessen the financial burden for those families who would find it a burden to pay what at that point would just be a resident fee. Because I think it's important that like, because if I'm in that, like I once lived in what is now a hyperlocal area, what would be a hyperlocal area, and living on Oakland and Flood Triangle, and you know, I might not be the target in theory, although I live in the area, and I do appreciate that boundary and think that it is totally legitimate. You know, you have the bike pad bridge right there, and the campus is closer to some parts of the Flood Triangle neighborhood than it is to the Bellhaven neighborhood. And so I definitely think that boundary is legitimate, but I do think that we should think about like how we describe this and making sure that people know that they don't have to pay that lower rate if they feel that it wouldn't be a benefit to them.
Just quickly, I can confirm that staff is able to operationalize that.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I've been struggling with the boundary of the hyperlocal. I'm fine the way it is. I just, is it something that can be revisited in the future? So if it's in the ordinance, the definition, if we look to modify it in the future, will that be problematic? Or are we better served not having it defined in the ordinance so that we have more flexibility as we see how this plays out?
I can take the first stab at it. I'm under the impression now that as we kind of, this is where it will require multiple people to chime in. We're now adopting fee changes through an ordinance instead of a resolution. So there's a little bit more scrutiny as we apply things. I specifically was flagging that I thought it would be beneficial to include what the intent was, which is in the body of the staff report, in the ordinance, so that the actual document that gets approved has that. So if there is some other flexibility that we have to make those sorts of changes, I'm open to listening to that. I just want to make sure that we're tracking the intent, and that's where I was preferring it being in the ordinance.
There's an initial intent, but there's no way to not put it in the ordinance, but to have it.
I think there may be, if we're going to if the council is going to be making changes in the future, it's probably, and that's the only change, like no other changes to the master fee schedule. Is that what you're contemplating? Because any future change to the master fee schedule, we're back in front of the council, be it a resolution or an ordinance. So to keep track of that, I think it's best within one of those two documents, whether reso as we've done in the past, ordinance as we're doing now, and not through the body of a staff report. That's difficult for continuity across turnover in staff to track things in the body of a staff report. That's my main issue now.
But I mean, don't you, not to be combative, in terms of implementation of council policy at a staff level, I mean, isn't there some place where operational information is kept on how to figure out who qualifies for what. And if, I don't mean to make a big deal of this, and I definitely don't want to make this complicated for staff. I just know how an ordinance is a pretty big thing. It can be very challenging to bring back and modify.
Through the mayor, I could make a suggestion here. Hopefully that would be helpful. But there are other mechanisms that the city could employ to kind of memorialize and define, that hyperlocal geographic area in like more of a document format that's maybe less restrictive and more easily updated than an ordinance. For example, the recreation scholarship policy could simply be amended to include the definition of that hyperlocal area so that it is captured somewhere and can be revisited by the city council and changed without necessarily revising the entire ordinance for what it's worth.
Madam Mayor, I wonder, would you give staff a 5-minute break to just circle together?
I
on
would actually
this?
love a 5-minute break.
Okay.
So yes, let's return at 8:25. But that'll be your break too. So yeah.
All right, having our city council back at our in-person dais. Mayor Willison, you may reconvene the meeting.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen, and thank you everyone for your patience as we worked through some of these technicalities. So when we last left off, there was a motion and a second on the table, but there was a question regarding where and how we codify or memorialize the hyper-local definition. So I'm hoping staff, in your great wisdom, that you have come up with a solution for us. I'll turn it over, I believe, Mr. Reinhardt.
Thank you, Mayor. Unfortunately, my laptop chose this exact moment to freeze. Otherwise, I was going to put a visual aid on the screen. But what staff proposes here is to just insert a footnote on page F-116 of the attachment, which is the table that we had been discussing related to recreation classes. And that's where the hyperlocal term first appears. So putting an asterisk on where the hyperlocal term appears, and then the asterisk would lead to a footnote that says, the hyperlocal fee rate applies to residents who live or attend K through 12 school within the neighborhood service area of the Bellhaven Community Campus. Then as far as like definitions of that service area, that can be memorialized in other policies that are relevant, such as the recreation scholarship policy that was mentioned earlier.
Okay, is everyone, I guess, is the motion maker and the seconder comfortable?
Just to confirm, this is the same language that's on page F1.3 of the exact wording here of this geographic area, Bay Road to San Francisco Bay? Or are you saying it's a subs?
No, it's just the one sentence that, so the same language that's in that section of the staff report you're referring to, but just the sentence that says, the hyperlocal fee rate applies to residents who live or attend K through 12 school within the neighborhood service area of the Bellhaven Community Campus.
Without describing what the neighborhood service area is,
Correct.
so that the city council could continue to decide what that would look like?
Correct. That can be defined in other policies such as the recreation scholarship policy or others.
With the assumption that between now and it being discussed at potentially a later date in the future, what's in the staff report is how staff will be interpreting that definition for the near future and until otherwise directed. Okay, so Councilmember Nash.
So I just found one more question that I have unrelated to this, and that is, can you describe the very last item, which is subcontractor per lane fee of $18 for the pool, and how that will be used? Because I know that that's been sort of contentious.
Yes, I believe that fee is for subcontractors to the aquatics operator. So that would, examples would be PASA, Solo Aquatics, and others.
And that's a per lane fee for what period of time, or do we not get that far? In other words, basically, is it this, it will be the same for every subcontractor, everyone's living by the same rules?
Yes, it would be the same for every subcontractor.
Thank you.
Okay, reminding us that we have a motion and a second, and it seems like we are all supportive of the asterisk. I don't know if we have to, it sounds like the motion maker and the seconder are good with that friendly amendment or what have you. So, and it sounds like we've been discussing. Are there any other discussion? No. Okay, I think city clerk, I was going to make you a city council member. City clerk Karen, I believe we're ready for a vote.
Perfect. So I have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Doer and a second by City Council Member Combs to introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance amending the city's master fee schedule to incorporate proposed changes in fees to become effective 30 days after the ordinance is adopted or is otherwise noted or required by statute for the following departments: City Manager's Office, Community Development, Library and Community Services, Public Works, and Menlo Park Municipal Water, subject to the modifications related to hyperlocal. All right, and I will ask the City Council to proceed with voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all of the staff. I know this was a multi-departmental effort and it's a lot. So thank you very much for all of your work on this. Okay, so we are done with our public hearing. We are now moving on to our general business, and we have two general business items. Our first one, so as a reminder, under general business, the city council considers recommendations from city staff on policy matters or administrative actions that require city council approval. Our first regular business item is G1. Adopt a resolution to appropriate and allocate expenditures and revenues to support the Bellhaven Community Campus opening and its ongoing operations. And here is, he's not leaving, he's been here, but to hear from him again is our Library and Community Services Director, Sean Reinhardt.
Thank you, Mayor. And since my laptop is giving me trouble, may I ask Judy, our city clerk, to put the presentation on the screen for me? Thank you very much. Okay, so this item is for the city council to potentially adopt a resolution appropriating an operating budget for the Bellhaven Community Campus. Next slide, please. Here's a nice image, a rendering of the front of the building in the evening. Next slide, please. So again, that recommendation is to adopt the resolution in attachment A, and that would be appropriating an operating budget for the BHCC. Next slide. Just a quick background, City Council will recall last month on November 7th, there was a study session. At that study session, City Council provided direction to staff regarding the operating budget for the new facility, including the service needs, staffing analysis, and so on. Reviewed 3 proposed expenditure scenarios. At that time, City Council directed staff to develop 2 budget options based on those scenarios for a final review tonight, potential action tonight. Next slide, please. Another interstitial shot of the front of the building. Next slide. So for those options, again, at City Council's direction on November 7th, city staff prepared 2 operating budget options for your consideration. That's option A and option B in the staff report. Because the new facility is not expected to be operational for the full fiscal year, it's going to open partway through the fiscal year. Both of those options do include columns on the right side of the tables showing the prorated budget amounts for 40% of the fiscal year. The main difference between option A and option B is that option A includes 1 additional full-time equivalent personnel. That's the senior program assistant. And that's per City Council's direction from November 7th. There's also some other background information that was provided in response to City Council requests for information. That's in attachments C and D. Next slide. So here is option A. This is included in the staff report. This one includes the 4 full-time equivalent staff. You can see the senior program assistant being the main difference between this one and the following option. And then you can see those far right columns, the 2 on the right, they show those prorated amounts for 40% of the fiscal year. Notably, because of the inclusion of revenues from the one-time developer payments special revenue fund, Fund 111, in this option, the anticipated net impact to the general fund is 0. Next slide, please. Similarly, option B, it's very much similar to option A, just without the senior program assistant. So the figures are a little bit less, but that bottom line impact remains the same at 0. Next slide, please. I think I've already kind of covered this a little bit, but the impact on city resources based on City Council direction November 7th, the proposed funding source for these expenditures to offset them is Fund 111. That fund's current balance is shown here on the screen. City Council has not yet identified specific expenditures for that fund, and it remains unencumbered at this time. On November 7th, the City Council expressed interest in authorizing the use of that fund to offset up to $1 million of the BHCC's annual operating expenditures, and both options stay within that that ceiling. Next slide, please. That concludes the presentation. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reinhardt. So at this time, City Clerk Karen, can you please call for public comment on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item G1, adopt a resolution to appropriate and allocate expenditures and revenues to support Bellhaven Community Campus opening and ongoing operations. If you are participating in person, please complete a speaker card at that back table. Return to me at the clerk's desk. If you're participating virtually, now is the time to engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. Currently have one speaker, and this will be the final call for public comment on regular business item G1. Okay, so we have a total of 2 speakers. Our first speaker will be Marilyn, followed by Pam Jones.
Yes, hi. And I'm glad to hear Pam Jones's name again. She wanted to give me a history lesson about where that name Bellhaven came from, but I'm gonna take that as a wash because we know where that name came from, and she does too. Anyway, I'm on here because I've been listening to you guys. And the Onetta Harris Center, there was no barriers for that community. So I'm hoping that, because we'll be back again, we'll keep coming back, that there's no barriers for anybody in that community to have access to that community center. Also, I hope Menlo Park has a diverse staff in that community center as well. I'm looking at the salaries that are there. So that's my public comment. Again, that everybody in that community had access to Onetta Harris Center, the swimming pool, the tennis court, all of that. There should be no barriers for anybody in that community. That community center is not for Facebook employees, not for anybody that's wealthy to keep people out. Just because it's a new facility, everybody in that community should have access. And it should be a diverse staff with those salaries. That's all I have to say.
All right, and our final speaker will be Pam Jones.
Thank you and good evening again. I would like to caution us to really be sure what programs we're going to have there and which ones are going to work. And I also am looking forward to hiring back as many as possible folks that used to work there, so that we can see the people that we saw before the building was torn down. And other than that, I know that we're making this accessible to Bellhaven by your previous motion on the cost. And I also want to mention there's going to be people over on Haven Avenue, as well as Constitution, the new apartments, the new Greystar apartments. At some point, they may want to have access to. And it's a shame that we haven't worked with other developers so that we have the underpass that would allow them to get directly to the center, as opposed to having to go all the way around. This would also benefit the students at Tide Academy. So yeah, I think we need to be budget mindful so that we don't start things that we can't continue, because then that means you would end up raising fees, and that would be very harmful to the community. Thank you.
All right, and that concludes public comment for item G1. Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. All right, at this time, it's time for questions, comments. Councilmember Nash.
So one of the speakers actually made me wonder what we did in the last motion. Did we include hyperlocal in the swim fees for the last motion?
I believe it was included.
Thank you.
Anything on this current item?
So I am in favor of option B. And we're talking about just a few months before we go into budgeting season. And at that point, we can add the additional person if we need it. There's also several vacant positions. So I think there's lots of options if in fact we do need, and I'm talking about within library and community services, there are vacant positions. So if we need to, we can, and if somehow we can't do anything on the dais, there's always options there to get us to the next budget season. And so I am in favor of option B and am really excited about the new center and what it will bring to the community.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. Any other thoughts about options? Councilmember Dorr.
Yes, I'm so excited for the center, and I know staff has put a lot of time into it. The commissioners, the community has put a lot of time into visioning and thinking about this, the campus, including the Netta Harris Community Center within it. And, you know, thinking through these options, what I'm thinking about is how are we setting ourselves up for success and ensuring that we are ready on day one to help increase the number of folks who can access the center and reach out to folks that haven't been reached out to before. I was talking with someone on one of the commissions who mentioned the summer reading program. And out of 1,230 participants, of that, please correct me if I'm wrong also, 83 participants were from Belhaven. And to me, the difference there in the numbers of only 83 kids out of over 1,200 children signals to me that we need all the resources we can deploy, all the FTEs, the full-time employees we can deploy to make sure that they can access this center and make sure that they can, you know, start getting connected in as soon as possible with these programs and these resources. I hear the concern about being smart fiscally, and I feel like we're still with these options. We were presented at the last meeting, we talked about this with a range, and this was in the middle or toward the lower end. And so I feel comfortable moving forward with option A. And I'm excited to see that what we can achieve with that additional senior program assistant to help coordinate with the rec center, the fitness center, the movement, the rentals, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dorr. I have a question, Mr. Reinhardt, in reference of there's a section in the staff report that goes through some of the I don't know if it's the degradation of services at both centers. That sounds more dramatic than I think it's supposed to look. But that with either of these options not being at the full option that staff was originally kind of proposing, there will be impacts to both the Burgess campus and the Belhaven. Is there a substantive difference in the impacts to both campuses on the option A and option B?
That is a good question. I think they're described as perceptible changes to the service levels. On the whole, on the large picture of this new community campus, I hesitate to say that there would be like a substantive difference in the impacts between option A and B. They're fairly close. Certainly we can do more with option A than with option B, but I think in the bullet list here of adjustments that we would need to make, additional use of self-service and automation technology, reduce some customer service activities. I wouldn't describe the difference as substantive, noticeable, but I wouldn't describe it as substantive.
You're saying it wouldn't be substantive between option A and option B?
It would be perceptible and detectable, noticeable, but I wouldn't call it substantive. I think what I'm trying to say in response to the mayor's question is that with either of these options, we would have, I think on the whole, from what folks could see and feel, they wouldn't be able to detect a perceptible difference between the two. That would be more on staff's side that we would detect that.
Councilmember Nash, did you have a follow-up to that? Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Nash.
So I actually was going to make a comment. So I'm glad we're here. I actually would like to see library and community services increasing the use of regardless of this budget decision. I actually think we should be relying more on self-service, on automation technology, on leveraging technology and increasing centralization of administrative support tasks. It seems in a time when we are budget constrained that we should be doing these things already regardless of this. And so that again is why I am for option B. I do not want to see, it says defer the launch of desired new programs such as the Belhaven Community Campus after-school homework, tutoring, healthcare navigation, and/or job seeker programs, pending identification of grants or partners to absorb the cost to wholly operate the programs. I do not want to see that delayed, but I'm hoping that, I do think that that's an important part. It's something we've heard loudly from the community, that those are all important programs. But I do think that if you can do the trade-off with using more automation and all across both campuses, that is something that in our current budget situation is desirable and appropriate for the Silicon Valley.
Councilmember Combs, what are your thoughts on A versus B?
Yeah, I generally would lean towards B, based on a couple of factors. One, I think that overall a kind of a slower ramp, and appreciate where Councilmember Dorr is coming from, is probably the best way to guarantee long-term success. To sort of see in a measured way, like what are the real needs and services as people come to the campus. I also do want to point out that we are incurring here ongoing expenses, but using one-time fees. That's never a combination you want, ongoing expenses and one-time fees, because at one time, the one-time fees will go away. And so to me, even though there's not a major difference and we're talking about one position, I do think overall our approach needs to be as fiscally sort of sound as it can be, given, like I said, that we're not seeing or experiencing the real cost because of one-time fees that we're using to offset these, like I say, these expenses. And so that's how I'm approaching it. I'm not to say that like at one point later on we might not think that it's right to have that additional position or have another additional position, but we can still do that. But I would sort of err on the side of, like I said, being a little bit cautious when it comes to hiring folks. So those are my thoughts.
I appreciate that perspective, and that makes a lot of sense to me. I want to follow up on Councilmember Nash's question about how do we ensure that those vital resources about job support and those other things that she mentioned are still included in what is being done here?
Well, it is a challenge. The recommended scenario on November 7th actually did have 3 additional FTE staff above and beyond both of these options, with the idea that that would really facilitate being able to provide these particular programs, which are fairly labor intensive on day one. So at these 2 options that are before us tonight, as I sit here now, it's difficult for me to say that we could like deliver all of these on day one. However, we could take direction to do all we can to prioritize these of everything else on this list and reduce any deferral or delay to the greatest extent possible down to 0 if possible. But as I sit here now, I don't think I could guarantee that with option A or option B, but the direction's well taken and we can really prioritize it that way.
Yeah, I think if the council is moving towards maybe a decision that has option B, so one less FTE, I would like to see us do everything in our ability to utilize volunteers and build out a program there to bring in the wealth of expertise that the community has. Think about teachers and the role that they play and can play as facilitators to this space. And so those are two things I would hope, so that maybe we can devote a little bit more staff time towards these programs that will be so important to the community.
So the way I'm thinking about this is, so actually my first question is the one-time fees. This is Fund 111. And I believe that's an ongoing payment that, if I remember correctly, is going to be 20 years we can count on, or is it 5 years, 3 years? Can you elucidate for us how long these one-time fees will be? I might be mixing things up.
Yes, certainly I can add some information to that. So currently for the one-time developer payments fund, Fund 111, there are 3 different multi-year agreements or multi-year payments through agreements with Meta. The longest of which is the 20-year agreement that gets us through fiscal year 2038, 39.
And how much is in that one?
That one does, the amount is adjusted every 5 years. That particular one is about 300,000, 350,000 currently.
Okay, so I seem to remember there being about $1 million a year. So how long was that good for?
There's one of the separate agreements is currently $1 million a year for the East Campus. I might have to double check when that expires. Just one moment, please. I apologize that I don't have the expiration date for that, but I have in front of me that there will be another adjustment for the next 5-year period starting July 1, 2027. So at least through then for the next 5-year adjustment.
I'm confused. So how long are we good for approximately?
Overall with this fund, looking at the different agreements, I think what we discussed last time at the city council is that this would be sustainable over the next 5 years, and then we would want to take another look.
Okay. So I'm wondering, because I could see it both ways, and I'm very cognizant of the fact that we're missing one of our council members on this extremely this topic that's very relevant to something she's been working on for quite a long time. I'm trying to remember, I think she was leaning more towards the 4 staff member option, because I know there are a lot of things we all want the center to do. So this might be a City Manager Murphy question. If this ends up being kind of like a 2-2, knowing that the 5th council member might have an opinion about this, where does that leave us if we want to continue this item in terms of meeting management and whatnot? And I guess if we go with 3, since we at least are all comfortable with 3, at what point then would we revisit? Is there a way to come back? I don't know, in 3 to 6 months as you're getting up and running, assessing, probably getting a better idea of what the grand opening is going to look like, what's going to be ready day 1. That would be another way to do it, to do the space thing, or you come back and say whether you really, what the trade-off is of not having this for additional person.
Great. Yes, thank you for the question. So I do think it's important for the council to take an action tonight. So if there's some uncertainty about which of the two actions, then I would say start with the three, option B, and then you can always come back in the future as opposed to the other way of starting with 4 and going back to 3. So there'd be multiple opportunities. Again, we would just want to be thoughtful of when those opportunities could be, but it could be in the January timeframe, it could be during mid-year budget, or it could be as part of next year's budget. So I think I would see like 3 opportunities in the next 7 months.
Okay, that makes me a lot more comfortable going out of the gate with 3. And then as you start really getting ready for the center opening, because I know I appreciate all the thought that's gone into the impacts and whatnot, but the descriptions of what may or may not be impacted are a little vague by necessity because you don't know what's going to be. And also like there's more openings in library and community services too. So with that being said, I think I would feel more comfortable going with the 3, knowing that there's going to be multiple opportunities within before we do the next year's budget to amend that if needed. So does that work for folks?
One other question. So say we're opening the campus and wow, we realize would really benefit from someone else. Can we bring on more, is it temporary staff? Is it staff that would be based at Burgess over to provide some additional support? What's the fluidity? What's the flexibility to address potential needs?
Thanks. Good question. There certainly is some flexibility in how we would approach a challenge like that. The nature of the challenge would maybe influence what the approach is, whether another staff position would need to be authorized, or whether like staff could be moved from one place to the other, or whether additional expenditures for temporary employees. So it kind of depends on the situation, but the bottom line is there's some flexibility there.
Thank you.
So I believe Councilmember Nash, were you ready to make a motion?
Yes, I would move that we proceed with this resolution with option B.
I'll second.
Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by City Councilmember Nash and a second by City Councilmember Combs to adopt a resolution to appropriate and allocate expenditures and revenues to support opening and operating the Belhaven Community Campus Multi-Service Center facility currently under construction at 100 Terminal Avenue with option B. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Reinhardt. All right, we are moving on to our second regular business item, which is also our last regular business item, which is G2, adopt a resolution approving the 2024 City Council regular meeting schedule. And City Clerk Karen, this one's all yours.
Yay. All right. Okay, so the item before the City Council this evening is related to the 2024 City Council regular meeting schedule. According to the city's municipal code, regular meetings of the City Council are held the 2nd and 4th Tuesday of every month, commencing at 6 p.m. unless the City Council adopts a different schedule by resolution. Annually, staff brings a calendar of regular meetings to the City Council, attempting to avoid either back-to-back meetings, school breaks, elections, city holidays. And we've also included a summer recess. The City Council can approve or modify any of the proposed meeting dates as seen on the screen, as well as an attachment B to the staff report. And that concludes my introduction of this item. Happy to open it to public comment or answer any clarifying questions.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. So at this time, let's open this item up for public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item G2, adopt a resolution approving the 2024 City Council regular meeting schedule. If you are participating in person, please complete a speaker card at that back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. Participating virtually, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or cell phone, please press *9. This will be the final call for public comment on regular business item G2. All right, seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Willison, we may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. So I, for one, am very supportive of the summer break. I think that was something wonderful for our staff and for our residents and for us to have some downtime after a lot of hard work. So thank you for that. Any other comments or questions about the calendar? City Manager Murphy?
Yes, I was in touch with Vice Mayor Taylor today. I think she does have some input on the calendar. So I may, especially as it relates to the January timeframe, so I may suggest that if the council has its discussion, if it has any proposed changes, good to flag those. If there are no proposed changes, I think it might be best to continue this item to the next meeting on the 12th. With the opportunity to talk about some potential changes for January.
Okay.
And I think I could preview those with you.
That would be
There's
great.
That said, I do think it's important for the vice mayor to be there for the kind of discussion about it. Okay, so the suggestion would be to have the 2 meetings in January be the 16th and the 30th. So it still maintain a 2-week break between meetings, but the would not fall on the second and fourth pattern, and it would involve a meeting on the 16th, the day after a holiday, which I think is probably the topic that may be worth a little bit of discussion.
So if we have thoughts about that, should we share them now or continue it and share them next week?
You're free to share now if you'd like. The agenda is before you. The agenda item is before you, so you're free to discuss it.
So that may be problematic for me, that change. So just throwing that out there. But I don't know the rationale and the trade-offs. So, Councilmember Combs?
My apologies if I missed it. Did you share City Manager Murphy why the Vice Mayor wanted that move exactly?
That's where it may be better with, I did not state that, may be better with her in attendance, but I think it was to allow a little bit more time with the new year transition and everything. So I think it's just a little bit more time after in the new year.
And for the mayor, that change makes it conflicts with other things
Yeah,
like
I have a
travel.
personal conflict
Okay.
that I designed around the
Yeah.
schedule already.
So I'd actually be comfortable with just moving and voting on this. If the idea is that the vice mayor's objection was about sort of just kind of a spacing or time and versus a council member who is already scheduled around this and might not be able to change that schedule, I would just defer to what's before us. But that's where I'm at.
Councilmember Nash?
I think it's important to get the vice mayor's input. So, and my one comment about this would be just a request that if we do move it, that the agenda packet be released earlier so that it does not fall over the weekend, the 4-day weekend. Thank you.
Councilmember Dorr?
It sounds like a further conversation might be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, so how do we go about continuing? Do we need to move or just, do I declare that it's been continued? Do I have that power? I haven't used that power yet, I don't believe. So I'm very excited.
If you want to just make a motion to continue the item
Okay,
to
so
the
I will
12th.
move to continue this item to the 12th.
And I will second. Give me one moment to formulate the motion. All right, so I have a motion by Mayor Willison and a second by City Council Member Doer to continue item G2, adopt a resolution approving the 2024 City Council regular meeting schedule to the December 12th meeting. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. Okay, we are now going to move on to our study session for this evening. Study sessions are an opportunity for city staff to introduce an item that will require policy direction from the City Council in the near future. City staff will provide a presentation. I will then call for public comment. After public comment, the City Council will discuss the matter interactively with staff. The City Council will not take an action on items addressed in study sessions. The City Council may provide direction to city staff for preparation of additional analysis or information necessary when the item returns to council for action. Our study session this evening is H1, provide direction on potential updates to level of service, transportation impact analysis, and transportation demand management policies. And here to introduce this item is our senior transportation engineer, Christiane Choi. Good evening, Ms. Choi.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Wilson. Hold on, I'm trying to get the presentation to come up. I did, but it's not here now. Okay, sorry about that. Thanks for your patience. So tonight's item is regarding updating the city's level of service, transportation impact analysis, and transportation demand management guidelines. So I have a brief presentation tonight. We're going to start with kind of the policies we've with addressing traffic congestion, some considerations for updating the transportation impact analysis and the transportation demand management guidelines, and then some longer term actions for the city council to consider, and then finally the requested direction that we're seeking. So first, new development can often affect key city concerns such as traffic congestion, climate mitigation, and traffic safety. And the city evaluates new development against our transportation impact guidelines, which include both a level of service and a vehicle miles travel evaluation, as well as looking at transportation demand management strategies to reduce automobile traffic and also increase the use of non-auto modes. In the past, we've kind of focused our analysis on level of service and traffic congestion, but that has led to increasing the distance between housing developments and employment centers. So that then leads to more traffic congestion as people have to travel further distances to get to their jobs. And so while we've added VMT as an evaluation method, and that can help to address greenhouse gas emissions and reducing those commute distances or decreasing the commute distances, and also encouraging the use of non-auto trips, we still have level of service as a metric in our analysis guidelines. And as we start to look at increasing the housing in the city as part of the housing element, we want to try to encourage the use of non-auto modes and kind of improve that their environment and network. So just why are we considering updating the TIA guidelines? As I mentioned, level of service evaluation, we often look at addressing congestion, and we look for improvements to reduce intersection delay, and that often involves adding capacity, such as turn lanes. However, the city has limited right-of-way. A lot of our intersections are built out, and that limits what we can do to improve capacity. And oftentimes adding that capacity doesn't always lead to reduced congestion, because traffic volumes quickly fill up that additional capacity. In addition, there are other negative effects that can come about from wider intersections that can create safety challenges and other impacts. And this kind of evaluation and kind of going through the looking at different improvements can take a lot of staff and developer time. And so one recent example of this was the Menlo Uptown project. It's a residential project in the Bayfront area. If you'll remember, there were turn lanes recommended at 3 intersections along Willow Road, and they were recommended as a way to reduce the delay that was being added by the project. However, there were other effects that were not necessarily desired by the city council and neighbors, such as increasing the crossing distance for pedestrians and increasing the exposure to vehicle traffic, as well as the removal of heritage trees. So after numerous meetings, staff returned to council to remove those items from the project's improvement agreement. So we also kind of compared our level of service methodology with other cities, and the staff report includes more detailed comparison of Menlo Park compared to other cities, but these are some key takeaways. First, Menlo Park has the most conservative delay threshold. We look at 0.8 seconds of delay as added as being, a deficiency that then we need to look at recommendations, whereas other cities look at 4 to 5 seconds. And then that creates, there's very little trips that need to be added to an intersection that then can trip that 0.8 seconds threshold. And then we go into the cycle of looking for recommendations of improvements to try to address that increase. However, similar to like what happened with Menlo Uptown, they don't always come out with the recommendations that the city council or residents want to see. So Menlo Park also includes all intersections where the project adds 10 trips per lane, whereas some cities look at just the key intersections closest to the project site. We also have a level service D standard with some minor exceptions, whereas other cities have a level service E standard in the downtown or an area where there's a lot of transit. And even other cities are actually looking to move away from level service altogether. And then finally, Menlo Park exempts affordable housing if it's close to transit or in a low VMT area, whereas some cities exempt all affordable transit or all affordable housing projects, regardless of where they are located. So staff would like the city council to consider two options in updating the TIA guidelines. First option, 1A, would be to remove the level of service from the guidelines except regarding the site access. These changes can be done with baseline operations and would take significantly less time from staff or developers for the evaluation methods. And then for option 1B, we would still consider level of service, but we would limit where the intersections to be closest to the project site. And then we can also consider exclusions for affordable housing. So this would still require some effort on behalf of staff and developers to do the analysis, and would also require some additional budget and resources to implement. And for both of these options, we would still return to City Council for final approval. The other thing we wanted to discuss updating is our TDM guidelines. When the city established our TDM guidelines, they were consistent with CCAG's TDM policy. But since that time, CCAG has updated their TDM policy, and the city has also enacted an ordinance for 3 zoning districts in the Bayfront area. And there are some inconsistencies between the two. There was more detail in the staff report on the differences. And so updating the guidelines to be consistent with CCAG would help clarify how the ordinance is applied. And so the option to update the guidelines are basically to make them consistent with CCAG. And we could also include some cleanup of the zoning language. And this can be completed within baseline operations. And then finally, we have some long-term actions that we'd like the City Council to consider. We are recommending that we explore a Transportation Management Association in connection with implementing the city's housing element. This would build on the feasibility study that the City Council approved in 2021. And then the general plan in the circulation element does have a level of service policy, but we don't recommend updating it at this time because it's such a big effort to update the general plan. We suggest waiting to a future time when we're doing a more comprehensive update. And then finally, the City Council had provided some direction for staff to look at developing multimodal metrics. We've done some preliminary work, and we are recommending that we don't pursue it at this time, since there are ways for us to implement multimodal improvements through our transportation impact fee. So in summary, we're looking for direction on which option to pursue for updating our TIA guidelines, then confirming our proposed approach for the TDM guidelines update, and then providing direction on any of the long-term actions. And so finally, that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chow. So I think sorry.
Choi.
Choi. I haven't seen you in so long. It's really good to see you, Ms. Choi. Okay. It's getting late and it's not. So I don't know what. Okay. It's getting late in the year. That's good to see you. I think right now we'll go to public comment. City Clerk Karen, please.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our study session item H1, provide direction on potential updates to level of service, transportation impact analysis, and transportation demand management policies. If you are participating in person, please engage that hand feature bottom of, or apologies, if you're participating in person, please complete a speaker card, back table, returned to me at the clerk's desk. If you are participating virtually, please engage that hand feature bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. Currently have one speaker, and this will be the final call for public comment on our study session item H1. Okay. We have two speakers. Our first speaker is Adina, and our second speaker will be Jenny Michelle.
Hello, this is Adina Levin calling, Menlo Park resident from Millbrae Caltrain station, where it is cold and damp as usual, and just wanted to speak briefly in favor of updating the TDM policy. The CCAG reference is a floor, not a ceiling. And I think the staff report mentioned that the city's goal for mode share is, I think, 67% driving, and especially in areas that are near the train and have good access to transit. It's possible to have significantly more transit and active transportation use than that. There's other cities, including Redwood City, San Jose's done some recent. There's others in areas. There's other areas that already do better than that, and so with a stronger TDM policy and goals and incentives, it's possible for Menlo Park to do so. And that is the specific point that I wanted to make this evening. Thank you very much for considering these issues.
And our final speaker will be Jenny Michelle.
Good evening again. Jenny Michelle, resident, District 3. First of all, I love this item. And I'm so excited that we're doing this. I definitely support it. My comments are, so The Guardian tonight, Earth on verge of 5 catastrophic climate tipping points, scientists warn humanity faces devastating domino effects, including mass displacement, financial ruin as planet warms. So, and I'm a commercial property manager. So, my tenants, I'm always looking at like, what are my tenants doing? How are they using the space, right? And transportation is a big part of that, right? So if I'm looking at, let's say my tenant has 10 employees, based on the numbers that we've seen in Menlo Park, 85% of us are driving out, 85% of us are driving in. So I'm making the assumption that 100% of the workforce is driving into the building, right? And then they're driving out. So that's 20 trips. And then let's say they're going out on their lunch breaks, and that's at least, 20 more trips. So a company with 10 employees could have 40 trips per day, right? And here we're looking at, 100 trips, and I'm like, right, but we're also calling out really big users. I'm trying to better understand what our smaller users are, what they're doing, what their load is. It's really hard to make specific recommendations based on that sort of like bigger picture look. But on a whole, what I'm trying to get at is, I think we're missing a lot of data. We're not seeing all the trips that are being taken and who's taking those trips. And I'm totally in support of making it a little bit painful for my companies, my tenants, to feel like, wow, I I need to be responsible for what my workforce is doing. If I'm going to demand that they come into the office, then maybe I need to think a little bit more about the load that they're taking on the city, you know, and our planetary system. So that's all that I have. Thanks for listening.
Okay, that is our final speaker. Concludes public comment for our study session item H1. Mayor Willison, please continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen, and thank you for those who made public comment. As a reminder to council and to the public, this is a study session, so no action will be taken, but we may be providing direction to staff for further action at a future date. So would anyone like to kick things off this evening on our study session? Councilmember Nash? Nope. Oh, Councilmember Dorr, do you want to?
Sure. My comments are pretty short. I appreciate that staff have shared that there is limited right of way where a lot of these projects are being built. And so what is ending up happening is that staff are spending a lot of time, staff and developers are spending a lot of time and energy developing proposals that then aren't really used at the broader scale. And so I think it makes a lot of sense to save staff time so they can be spent, that time can be spent doing things like improving pedestrian access and safety across our city and addressing the Vision Zero plan that we have or that we're working on. And so, you know, I'm interested in seeing the greatest reduction of effort while still doing the micro adjustments needed to address increases in traffic. So that's why I am supportive of 1A in this proposal, as well as it sounds like number 2, updating the TDM guidelines. That's something that's more administrative to align policy. So that sounds like more of a given that that's something we need and should do. And then also for the longer term action, really excited to go with the staff's proposal of exploring the TMA and where it makes sense to then aligning the updated guidance with the general plan circulation element.
Thank you, Councilmember Dorr. Anything else? Okay. Would like to go next on their thoughts. Okay, I'm getting encouragement for me to go. So I'm pretty much aligned with Councilmember Dorr on this item. I think the situation that Ms. Choi referenced about Menlo Uptown, that was quite the illustrative exercise, or quite the exercise in going through a lot of trouble doing all that LOS analysis. And as a reminder, we do the LOS analysis not because it's part of the California environmental quality requirements anymore, but because it's just something that we left over. But we went through all that analysis just to then go back and kind of pull out the quote improvements that it had indicated. So I think given all of our policies, it just, and how much time, effort, that took up a ton of council time to undo that, to try to align that project with our goals that have been laid out, that you referenced of safety, climate, and the fact that it doesn't even relieve congestion, that there's evidence that shows that that doesn't do that. So I'm also in support of 1A. I'm also in support of updating our TMA guidelines. I'm curious about Ms. Levin's point about CCAG being the floor, not the ceiling. And if in the updating process, if that'll be coming back to council for further discussion, I would imagine if we update it, we're gonna have to be approving it. But I would encourage staff to look at that CCAG kind of as Ms. Levin framed it, and what other kind of best practices, not that CCAG isn't great in their guidelines, but given what our priorities are as a city and where things are moving in transportation, whether it is appropriate to maybe try to push that even more. And then I also am in support of the future actions referenced of both making sure our general plan aligns with where we want to go with our guidelines, and also the TMA. I think there's been a lot of movement or lack of movement in the TMA, a lot of clarity that's come to us over the last year or so around TMAs. And so now seems a good time for us to pick that up in our own city. So thank you for this report and for bringing this to us for this direction. Thank you. Who would like to go next? Councilmember Combs.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. So, I mean, I'll start with, which is the, where there is alignment from my perspective, and yes, aligned with updates to the TDM guidelines to be consistent with CCAG. Also aligned with regards to the potential long-term actions, exploring the TMA, and obviously updates to the LS that we'll get to. For me, I think I guess I would be more aligned with something similar to 1B. And I hear exactly what you're saying, and definitely know that with a lot of those the proposed mitigations from developments, some of the mitigations I was aligned with jettisoning. There were some I was not aligned with jettisoning, but and of which I got feedback from community members that were aligned with jettisoning, that didn't see like sort of making traffic flow easier at some intersections as being something that like was an ideal solve. And so I get this transition away from LOS and know that like that's where it seems like we are going, not just as a city, but just across the board. My concern is that when it comes to developments, the main critique or concern I get is that like about the traffic impacts and the traffic impacts of people in cars. I get it. You know, I can't tell you how many residents tell me about how slow El Camino is, and they blame you know, the Middle Plaza development in Springline. And so my concern is that like if we just sort of throw away any effort to like analyze those impacts, even if we say that like the mitigations might be things that we decide not to proceed with the proposed mitigations. I just think it's concerning to me that we would just sort of, you know, not have anything, have residents say, oh, there are these traffic impacts for all of these developments, and just say like, oh, well, I guess so, but we threw out analyzing any of that. And so that's I think where I am. I would be sort of okay with a much more constrained LOS, but I'm not on board at this moment with completely jettisoning it altogether.
Yeah, Councilmember Dorr.
I have some follow-up questions for staff based on that. I'm curious about what does mitigation process look like right now with the VMT? That means vehicle miles traveled process that developers and the staff also have to look at. VMT as well as with CEQA, if there is anything there that is also being looked at and mitigated and analyzed.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, for CEQA, we use the VMT metric to determine significant traffic impacts. And if we identify those significant traffic impacts, then we look at mitigation measures. And those are typically transportation demand management measures that would reduce vehicle trips, reduce like the single occupant vehicle trips, increasing transit use, increasing pedestrian and bicycle connections, and then also potentially even, you know, reducing the project size could be an option that would reduce trips as well.
Thanks for clarifying. That also makes me more comfortable to know and to be reminded that there are these other mitigation practices that are being used and that will continue to help shape things going forward.
Councilmember Combs.
I just think it's clear when you look at VMT and LOS, they look at different problems, and so it's quite okay to say that like, you know, VMT looks at problems and provides mitigations, but it's not the same problems as LOS. So it doesn't replace it by any stretch, because LOS looks at like things like how long are you going to stay at this intersection in your car, which to be honest is still how like a large percentage of Menlo Park residents get around. And so, and are there ways, one, is it an important thing for us to lessen the wait time at that intersection? And are there things that we can do? If we do think that that's important to mitigate, are there things that we can do? That's not something VMT looks at or tries to solve. And so I do want to just make sure we're completely transparent and not saying that like that they address the same things. Like we are saying that by not looking at LOS, we really don't care how much you sit at that intersection. We don't, you know, we assume there's going to be impacts, but we don't want to know because we don't see that that is something that's worth investing our time to solve. And that can be very legitimate, and a lot of cities have gone down that road. But I do think we do need to be very transparent with residents that's the direction we're taking as a city.
Yeah, I don't know if it's that we don't care. So like I travel on Menlo Avenue a lot by Trader Joe's, and it's slow going. Coming from University Ave to cross El Camino, I often have to wait a light cycle. It feels longer, but when you actually deal with it, it's a light cycle. But I'm also seeing a lot more people crossing the street and walking around downtown. And the new bike lanes that we put in on Menlo to Ravenswood. So it's about the trade-offs of making sure that our streets are serving all users, which I know you know. The thing that gives me comfort with the 1A is that we're not saying we're not going to look at any congestion. We still, as it's written here, it says remove LOS from TIA guidelines except for site access and circulation. So in this case, let's say there was going to be a redevelopment at Trader Joe's that was going to bring more activity. So my understanding, and maybe this is a question for staff, so we wouldn't be looking necessarily at LOS and grading it, but if people can't get out of the Trader Joe's parking lot, or if they're going to be sitting at the El Camino light there for 5 or 6 light cycles or something, we're not turning a blind eye to that. You're still looking at that and doing some analysis of what that looks like. Is that accurate? It's just that we're not spending all of this time and energy trying to look at a larger radius or even a smaller radius of things that are kind of at the end of the day out of our control because cars just exist. And that's just the reality of living on the peninsula. So can you explain what that analysis looks like that is left with the elimination of LOS that says access and circulation?
Yeah, so I think what we're looking at is kind of like access to the project site. So how do you get in and out of Trader Joe's or something like that? And maybe there needs to be a traffic signal or something. I mean, that was, not at the driveway, it probably wouldn't make sense, but like at the intersection, maybe they'd have some access at that intersection on Menlo. We wouldn't look all the way out to El Camino or even all the way out to University. It would be focused more on how people get in and out of the site itself.
Okay. Councilmember Nash or Councilmember Nash, if you want to.
No, and I just want to say, I think I respect where the city is going, and it's going in a direction that is not a direction I like. But the point I do want to make, based holistically on this meeting, is that it's important to respect the process and respect the decisions that are made. And I respect this decision, or where it looks like the council is going. And I would just sort of say that to members of the community, that all the time, there are decisions that we may not like. But that doesn't mean that those decisions lack integrity. In fact, the process very much reinforces that there is integrity there. So I just want to say that, not directly related to this, but I also don't want to belabor the point that like the city has been clearly headed in this direction for some time. And so I do want to make it clear where I stand, but also the larger point of that, if you sit around long enough, like our process is always going to be a scenario where you may not like the outcome, but that doesn't mean that that's not the right outcome.
Yeah, and I just, I really appreciate that comment, Councilmember Combs. In terms of traffic flow and ease of traffic flow, I just think, there's inherently a trade-off in making it really easy for traffic to flow and having safe routes to school and all these things that I think we all want. And the other thing is, cars are getting bigger and heavier. I think there was that Cybertruck. It's been all in my Twitter feed or X feed or whatever. It's scary out there. And so I think what we have control over, fundamentally need to keep our residents safe. We obviously need to get them where they're going to go. But, like people need to get places lots of different ways. And I do think this is the future. It's kind of inevitable. This is where we're headed. So it's just how quickly we get there. But Councilmember Nash.
I think all of us are hearing regularly and also experiencing traffic impacts, and traffic is getting worse. These programs deal with traffic related to new development. And so I am also in favor of moving to TDM and of removing the LOS from the TIA guidelines and exploring TMA. But I want to make sure that we are still, or basically reassure people that yes, we still are aware of the traffic circulation and we still follow that outside of development. This is specifically related to new development projects. And so we are still working on, we still look at traffic circulation, work on that.
Yeah, absolutely. And it may be worth, sorry, Hugh Louch, Assistant Public Works Director for Transportation. So it may be worth thinking about, broadening the context a little bit, because again, level of service gets very focused on how, as you say, sort of specific developments impact specific intersections. But actually, like all the things that are happening outside of that have so much more impact on the way traffic moves around our city. Like our ability, anything we do is kind of the, it's like the last drop of water. And it's the drop of water we can measure and we can evaluate and we can kind of have these policies to do something about, but it doesn't actually change that much how much traffic there is. And so, we do as obviously a department sort of step back and look at, we do regular traffic counts. We look at how things are operating. A lot of our most challenging intersections, several of you have noted, are not our roads. And so those are ones we can only do so much about. We coordinate with Caltrans as best we can in those cases. But yeah, definitely good to kind of zoom out a little bit and think about that broader question and think about it more from a network level and less from a one intersection at a time level.
Yeah, and one more thing I just wanted to say is, we use the Menlo Uptown example, but my guess is, we are built out for the most part, and we need to add more. We just did the housing element. And so I can't really see scenarios where we're going to do this level of service analysis. It's going to tell us an improvement, and we're actually going to be able to do it anyway. So there's an opportunity cost of going through these long processes and analyses that has a cost to staff, as a cost to council time, certainly a cost to our applicants who we just asked or tonight, or, we've just been doing the housing element and asking people to do more development and to revitalize our community and everything. And then, I'm belaboring the point, but anyway, I think what you're hearing here is an acknowledgement that that this is where we're headed. Can you let us know if you've gotten clear enough direction and then what the next steps are to come back to council to take more formal action?
Yeah, I think so. It seems very clear the updates to the TDM guidelines to be consistent with CCAG is something that we can bring forward. We essentially have to use their guidelines already, but getting some of that technically updated. Just as a footnote to that, I think when we bring that back, we can talk about if we want to pursue anything beyond what those guidelines say, as you say, but that's sort of the simple update to that doesn't include an initial sort of making stricter standards. That's something I think we have to start to talk about what's in our ordinance. So just to make that point, I think we heard fairly clear long-term to think about to start really exploring again the TMA issue, which of course we did, and then that kind of got derailed by the pandemic, unfortunately. But it does seem like the time is right, and with all the kinds of things that are happening, so definitely take that direction. And then I feel like we heard from three of you at least that going to sort of the most limited look at level of service really focused on site access and circulation. As we bring that back, making sure maybe what we can do just to acknowledge the kind of conversation we've heard is to sort of talk about how we sort of situate that within maybe a broader, less development specific kind of review that we can do, and that wouldn't happen with every development, obviously, but something that we can sort of think about making sure there's an understanding about when that happens and how we bring that kind of information forward. So I think those are directions we've heard and a little bit of thought about how we handle some of those issues that you raised.
Thank you. Were you leaning forward? Okay. Is there anything else anyone would like to say on this topic? All right. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate all of the work that went into this, and looking forward to, so when do you anticipate coming back?
Right, that's a great. So you asked how, so if both the TIA guidelines and the TDM guidelines would come back to you for approvals and go through kind of as we would typically kind of complete streets commission and then back to you. So, the types of changes we're talking about are relatively simple. So this is a matter of months, not years.
Thank you. Councilmember Nash.
Does this go through planning commission or not? Because I know there's some strong feelings there.
So any like zoning code updates certainly would go through planning commission, but I don't think that we would need to bring these specific guidelines back to planning commission, but we can talk about that and verify.
And we can certainly invite planning commissioners to come speak to us, to council, to complete streets commissioner. If people have big feelings, share them with us. Yeah. Councilmember Combs.
And I could totally hear what Councilmember Nash is saying. I only want to not be put in a position where the council has expressed a clear direction and a commission, or seems like they're going in a direction, and some commissions will say that their time is being wasted, only because I have that at the top of my mind.
That's an excellent
So that's the only thing
point.
I want to say about that.
So as it goes to the commissions, please let them know that the direction, be very specific what the direction of the council is and what feedback you're seeking from the commission. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Have a good evening. It was nice seeing you, Ms. Choi. Okay. So that concludes our study session. We are now going to move on to our informational items, which we have 6 of. Informational items are transmitted to the City Council in staff's effort to provide an update on matters of importance to the City Council. Informational items are not action items. However, a City Council member, city staff member, or a member of the public may request to make a comment or ask a question on any of the informational items. City Clerk Karen, do we have any public comments on the informational items?
Thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our informational items, I-1, City Council agenda topics, I-2, Community Wellness and Crisis Response Team, I-3, update on the Caltrain Quiet Zone, I-4, update on the city's 5-year street maintenance plan, I-5, update on the Peninsula Clean Energy Solar for Building Program, I-6, potential updates to City Council procedures, If you are participating in person, please complete a speaker card at that back table. Return to me at the clerk's desk. Participating virtually, please engage that hand feature bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. And this will be the final call for public comment on our informational items I1 through I6. Seeing no hands or cards, we'll close public comment for informational items. Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. I have a comment and a question for I2, which is the CWCRT. I wanted to thank Chief Norris. I just wanted to thank you for joining this initiative at the county level. I think a lot of us are really excited to join the pilot and to hear about how it goes as it unrolls. Thank you. And then my question is related to the quiet zone, of course. Thank you for this update. And my question is, when will we hear from you next? And what are the next steps and timing? I noticed that was just missing from the staff report.
Yeah, so let me start with timing. We are under contract with a firm to do the design work. The design work is kind of highly technical, so that's to do with railroad gates. So there'll be some really great diagrams that I personally won't understand. So we'll have those, and really ultimately what we need to do is achieve kind of Caltrain's acceptance of those, because ultimately they're their gates. So that's kind of the most critical part of this. So that'll take about we started, earlier this year. I would say sort of mid-year next year or into the fall is when we anticipate wrapping that part of it up. And I think through kind of informational updates on our website, we can kind of apprise you all and the public of progress on that work. And then the other piece that we need to do that we we'll be doing is continuing to look at where funding might come from, because you'll remember it's a pretty significant cost to implement the new gates. And so that's something that we're looking into, and really we'll just do updates as we have potential grants that we might be pursuing, or when it comes to kind of budget time to let you know when where we're at with funding.
Thank you. And staff is currently looking into that.
Yeah, absolutely. There are a handful of things that we're aware of that other cities have used or pursued. So we're looking at what those opportunities look like, and basically when the cycles fall. We'll be trying to
I know I
pursue
have
those.
a lot of constituents who are eagerly anticipating this and have offered their assistance. I don't know how that works, but just so making sure you know about that. I don't believe they're financial assistance. They're
So
yeah. But thank you for the update, and I'm looking forward to learning more as it goes along. Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments about? Yes, Councilmember Dorr.
Yes, about number 4. So the proposed maintenance plan for streets. Do you have some questions I'd love to touch base with staff about? So really helpful to see this. I really appreciate the maps, and I'm sure a lot of community members across the city are excited to have better clarity about when proposed changes might be coming to improve their streets. And as I look along this, there are some significance on the lower quality side streets in District 5 in particular. So ones that are rating lower on the PCI, so how well they're doing. And so a question that's kind of relayed from constituents I've been speaking with is, some would look at this and say, hey, we should do a triage. We should focus on all the streets that are the worst and then focus on other streets from there. Could you explain a little bit more to us and to the public about how you came up with this timeline for these different projects and what tools went into this decision making?
Yes, good evening again. Azalea Mitch, Public Works Director. Every year we analyze our budgets. We use a pavement management system to assess the condition of the city streets and evaluate a number of scenarios based on available budget and maintaining the city's overall pavement condition index, the PCI, in the good category. So we focus on funding availability, the type of treatment needed to to make sure that we propose a strategy that is cost effective and that really aims at not preventing these streets from getting worse. So there are different scenarios, and we also look at staff resources, funding, and the time it takes to design these projects and then implement them. And that's how we put together the 5-year capital improvement plan.
Thank you. And if I were to live on one of these streets that are rated poorly, but maybe isn't in line sooner, are these streets, would they still be eligible for short-term fixes? Like if there's a pothole or something, if there's safety risks, can that be addressed sooner than the timeline that you're proposing?
Absolutely. Our maintenance crews, that's something that we do on an ongoing basis. We assess safety. We do assess where we have potholes, and anything that's safety related, we do. As it relates to failed segments and things, segments that require a more invasive treatment, they are we are planning on addressing them. They may not be in the 5-year category based on the funding availability, but depending on how bids go and the opportunity, we will continue to assess to see if some of those projects can be addressed earlier.
And just to clarify this last point about, some aren't on the list, but could be added in. And the reason why they're not on the list is you're saying it's more cost effective and better to fix a street that's a little bit better from going really bad and taking care of that now than focusing those resources necessarily immediately on some of the streets that are already towards failing.
Exactly. So it's a more cost-effective approach to make sure streets do not fail. And eventually the goal is not to have failed streets, but it's always based on funding. But it is a better strategy to make sure streets remain in the good category, and then to have a plan based on funding availability to address the failed segments.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, thanks. I also had a question and just a general comment on I-4. And so in Ms. Mitch, in this analysis, we are also looking at actual sort of volume, like on the usage of the street. Does that also factor into as we're looking at what streets get responded to when?
Yes. So some of the segments with more vehicle traffic are more complicated. So we take that into account in terms of prioritizing the vehicle travel, also the complexity. That's why we do propose separate CIP projects to address some of the more complex segments.
Yeah, when I call it, I know I've been going back and forth with staff and residents for 4 years now around about Bay Road, and appreciate seeing that it's on as a separate CIP because it is a larger, more complex project, but also has a very low PCI score. But just appreciate seeing that there. And again, I know all of it can be a very challenging analysis with lots of factors and signals, and appreciate it. And again, I say that, Councilmember Dorr, I have not been a fan of some of the results, as staff knows, but definitely appreciate that a lot of thought goes into this, and also on a day to sort of, again, make sure no street fails, to also be fair and how we're looking at this and making sure that streets are maintained. So thanks.
Thank you. And one question about, since you brought up the CIP projects, I know this is probably also of great interest to Councilmember Combs and to me because it lives, or my district because it's very close, but the Middlefield to the city limit, that's heading from Willow towards Palo Alto. So that's the project that would include Woodland as a CIP project, because I know that's a huge concern for many, many people on our side of the city, that area.
Yeah, good evening, council members. Thanks for the question, Mayor Willison, Nikki Nagaya, Deputy City Manager. And yes, that one of the additional separate CIP projects that's proposed is Middlefield Road We've called out kind of the extents from the city limit with Palo Alto to Willow. And then there are additionally 3 kind of large patches that also need resurfacing work outside of the scope of what was done last summer in conjunction with the Cal Water water main replacement. So what we're proposing to do is likely handle those 3 patches north of Willow with our on-call contractor, and then scope out a separate CIP project from the city limit line with Palo Alto to Willow Road. And that would include the Woodland intersection as well.
And the timing that we see here, that's implementation. So we can expect for some of these more complex projects, outreach and process beginning way in advance of when the repaving would take place.
Correct.
Okay.
And so the Middlefield Road pilot that was installed last summer, we're currently scoping the outreach work to follow up from that. And as part of that follow-up, would anticipate also doing outreach for the entire Middlefield corridor, including the section south of Willow Road and the
So I think
Woodland
that'll be
intersection.
welcome news to a lot of Councilmember Combs' constituents and mine. Well, everyone in the city, but particularly those of us who are right there. Thank you. Councilmember Nash?
So rubberized asphalt is a bit alternative. If for any reason that's not looking probable, will you please let us know?
Yes, and when we bring the bid results for each of the projects where it's a bid out, we do disclose those results. We've only had one project since you provided that policy direction where we opted not to use rubberized asphalt because of the very small quantity of asphalt that was proposed on a section of Haven Avenue. But we do try to disclose that and all the we do disclose that. No, we don't try. we do disclose that with all the reports.
Are there any other, so we're talking about informational items. We've been very curious about these. And I just want to acknowledge there were 6 informational items. There were 18 items on this agenda, which is a tremendous amount of staff reports and staff work. So I just want to commend staff. I know we've had a meeting every week for the last few weeks, I think. And so the ability to get out this information to the public is tremendous. So thank you all for your efforts. Anything else on the informational items? Okay, we're moving on to J, which is our city manager report. City Manager Murphy.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just a reminder about the year end. And so there were quite a few number of items on this agenda because this is the last sort of regular business, last meeting of the year where the council focuses on regular business. The next council meeting on the 12th, a week from now, is a little bit more ceremonial and just prepping a few things for next year. And then the next council meeting after that would be sometime in January, subject to final confirmation next week. So there would be one way or the other a gap in council meetings between the middle of December to the early to mid January. So we look forward to the year end and the transitions. Recognizing the work over the past year, the work to come in the next year. So looking forward to next Tuesday.
Thank you, City Manager Murphy. Councilmember reports. I had a local policymaker group in-person workshop last Thursday. That's for Caltrain, where we discussed how in terms of getting the grade separations funded, the best strategy is to look at a corridor-wide funding strategy. So right now, it's kind of each city on their own going after various grants and then competing against each other. And the idea is if the corridor, all of the cities along the corridor work together and put together kind of like mega grant proposals, more money will come to this area, and then the granting agencies won't have to kind of pick winners and losers, and we won't have to compete against each other. So the conversation was about who gets to decide what that looks like, the governance of that, the prioritization of then which city gets to go first and whatnot. No decisions were made. That was the whole point, is how are we going to even make these decisions? But those conversations are ongoing among staff members, among local policymaker group members, and among the Caltrain board and staff. So I'll continue to keep you posted as depending on how the appointments to different boards go. That was a big discussion. And then I also wanted to just dovetail off City Manager Murphy's comment about next week. You may or may not have noticed that there was no formal state of the city done this year. I will be giving a short, I don't know, you can call it State of the City if you want, kind of reflection on the council and council's progress. It won't be personal. It'll be what we've all accomplished together. So I look forward on sharing that with everyone next week prior to our rotation. So thank you. Anyone else have any updates to share?
Just a quick one. I won't be holding office hours December 19th, December 26th, or the 2nd of January to take a little break, but looking forward to seeing everyone starting January 9th. Thanks.
Anyone else? All right, so it is now 10:13 and I'm adjourning the meeting. Thank you.